You're live.
Beautiful outside.
Please rise and we'll have the pledge of allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Robbins,
Here.
Commissioner Rushton,
Present.
Commissioner Bailey, Commissioner Wessel,
Here.
Commissioner Soslow,
Here.
Commissioner Allgaier,
Here.
Commissioner Lautner.
Present.
All present.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, for the approval of the agenda, does anybody have any late additions or deletions?
Mr. Chairman, I would move to approve the agenda as presented.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Yeah. Thank you. The agenda is set. This time we have public comment. Please come forward if you'd like to have public comment and state your name and that would you keep the time, please. All right. Thank you. Gary?
I just want to thank you for purchase of the tractor for all of us. The upgrade is 20-some horse, and now we don't have to unload half our things we're unloading from the truck. We can now lift it up, and it's a beautiful tractor, and it's going to work well for all of us. And the efficiency, especially the efficiency, is going to be much greater for what we do. So I just want to thank you very much for looking into it, even though I know it kind of was pushed on us because of the other problems we had with the tractor. So thank you again. Any questions on free rides? Would you like to? I've got the key.
11:05, that's it's out front. It's a
But
track.
11:05, would you like it? I can leave it till then. Okay. Well, seriously, thank you. It's a great piece. Thank you, Jerry. Okay, thank you. Rick.
I have a question.
Yes.
Is it kind of fun too?
Yes, it is. It's got 6 different speeds, 7. It's an animal. It's really a beautiful tractor and served the county, I think 50, 60 years or more. Melinda knows all about that. You guys know Rick, how tractors are, but this one's great.
Good, and then it meets all criteria.
Yes, it does.
Oh, good.
It does. We're good. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jerry.
Peachy?
Peachy Rettenbach, Glen Arbor Township. I would just like to congratulate Chairman Wessel on his election and say welcome to Commissioner Bailey. Back in 2013, January of 13, when I was the lone Democrat on the board, one of my campaign things was that I would want to see a septic ordinance passed in Leelanau County. And that's been a little over 10 years now. We're coming up on 10 years. And I think it's time that you all consider clean water as a very important subject and that you address that in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. State your name, please, for the record.
Oh,
Your name?
oh, okay. Bill Wiesner, sorry. Yeah, I was going to mention that. Bill Wiesner, Leelanau County, Elmwood Township. And again, I'm asking to replace the Dominion voting machines with paper ballots that are local, secure, easily auditable. Whoops, sorry. And this handout is not quite complete, but I'll finish it. email it out to all of you and all the employees at the county that I have emails for. But starting with Dr. Douglas G. Franks, how the election was stolen. You can go to that link and see this slide. It's a little hard to read, but I'll go through it. Before the election, decide what the outcomes will be for each state. That's regulated at the county level. And he lists over 3,000 counties in the United States. Then you inflate the registration database. Gives you a credit line of phantom voters. People that have died, people that have moved away, people that aren't eligible to vote, things like that. And then during the election, the database and machines are hacked and tracked. And they've got, they go into counties and they'll tell them their passwords for the computers. That could be done here at Leelanau. And I think it should be actually. They manipulate the votes and the voters, regulate the county outcomes. And after the election, pair last minute voter IDs with phantom voters, clean up the evidence, remove the phantom voters. So, and then underneath that, there was a study done by Judicial Watch looking before the election of 2020, and it listed 353 US counties where there were more than 100% of the people were registered to vote. And in Michigan, 67 of the 83 counties had more than 100% of the people that were in the county eligible to vote were registered to vote. So they had lots of phantom voters built in. They bloat the voter rolls. And the #1 county in Michigan was Leelanau. Leelanau was #1. You know, is efficient at doing what the Secretary of State asked to be done. They sent out ballots unsolicited to, like, I don't know, there were a lot of people, I forget the number, but Leelanau was 119%. There were 19%, it was so many more than are eligible to vote in the county. So they had all these phantom voters eligible. I've highlighted the ones that are local. Leelanau, Siegel, Antrim, Kalkaska, Emmett's at 114%, it goes down the list. And then looking historically here, Dr. Frank again asked a question, can you compare your data to a state that there wasn't fraud? And he really couldn't think of that. And then he looks historically. In 1990, he could detect no fraudulent algorithm running. 2008, that's, I believe, when Obama won his first year, voter rolls massively expanded. They bloated the voter rolls. And the correlation coefficient, which was on the last handout, was around 0.5. If you remember from last week, the correlation coefficient averaged 0.997. So then it was about 0.5 in 2008, 2012, it was 0.7 to 0.8, 2016, 0.9, but not quite big enough to steal the election. And 2020, the correlation almost 0.999. So that's what's going on. On the back page, it just shows a little, I don't know if you've seen the event, but every clerk in the county, county clerk and township clerks, village clerks, I would hope they would see this movie because it's absolute proof that the election, the machines and such, well, the election was stolen. It's called 2,000 Mules. And there's that map, it's hard to see, but it'll be easy to see when I send out the email. It shows 30 different stops that he made, this one mule during the day, including 5 stops at nonprofits where they pick up new ballots. The last 2 things, Lady Liberty, protecting the vote, and the veterans would be rolling in their graves to see what's happening with our voting. It should be local. The machines need to be replaced. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Dana Getzinger, Elmwood 2. And I would just like to say to Mr. Wisner, if it was true that somehow I am a Democrat, if we had actually done this, do you think any Republicans would actually be in office right now? In our county, almost
Sam.
every,
Please address them.
I'm sorry, almost every single person, every trustee, is Republican. And it's just ludicrous to me to think that you could actually think that the election was stolen. Almost all of our clerks are Republicans. And quite frankly, I think almost all of our clerks are really honest. So I don't come saying when Deb Rushton wins the election that, geez, I wish it was John Hunter. I think, no, Deb Rushton won the election. When Rick Robbins wins the election by 2 votes, we don't say, oh my gosh, the election was stolen. We say, no, he won. So you can't claim that Republicans are winning. We can't have Jack Bergman as our US congressman if he actually wasn't elected because the Dominion voting machines were incorrect. So I do believe Mr. Wisner actually thinks what he's saying is true. And I feel sorry that he hasn't looked at this in a better light, but it's ludicrous to me to think that anybody could actually believe that statement, that somehow Democrats have masterminded the Dominion voting machines. And that's what's happened. And I believe the Dominion voting machines were selected by our county clerk as the best alternative to how to tabulate. We do have paper ballots. Every single ballot is checked. I happened to watch the verification for the last election. Nothing is gone without looking at the paper ballots. So I think Mr. Wisner should actually go to the polls when it's and set in when these things are being done and see that our Leelanau County people are doing an excellent job and that we need to praise them for the work they do because it's pretty tedious. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Yes, Mr. Probate.
Congratulations, Lois. All right. My name is John Popa, and I'm from Bingham Township. I want to talk to you about a very important issue that was on your goals this year. Of course, one, you're going to be talking about the BPW and Dam Authority, but in there, it says explore the possibility of creating this facilities management position. And I mentioned that several months ago about it. This is very important. You have a regular group of people that are trying to do everything on facilities, and there's just a parade of people up here, and it's not necessary. I was a facilities manager once for Grand Traverse County. You need one person in this hot seat that takes care of these issues. You're always dealing with various different people. Steve comes up, I come up, Casey comes up, Jerry comes up. And there's a revolving door of this, and you need to shut that down. Dam Authority is a good example. It did its job to build the dam. There's only 2 of us that do the heavy lifting. The road commissioners don't need to be on it. It's a waste of time and money. The facilities manager, if you had one, can maintain it. It's not that complicated. A few of us aren't going to be here in a few years, and I have stacks of information on this stuff that needs to go to one place in this county. There's a lot of assets, and Chet gave you a good manual and stuff that showed all the stuff that needs to be done around here, and it's got some major stuff, and it can get neglected, and it's going to cost you some money. You can't afford to put this off any longer. He had a good idea to take action. He had it on your goals and objectives for this year. I think you should put it on your agenda, how to go about it. You can create a small committee. You can advertise. We need to create this position. And there's just too much money out there and too much time wasted identifying all this maintenance and stuff. It's also inefficient to micromanage. You heard me talk about it before, where you spent 45 minutes discussing a $900 drawing we wanted to make. And it's happens all the time and stuff. I have a job description. You can take that home and study it. There'll be a test on it. It's the one from Grand Traverse County. And my stuff is on here too, but that's a real good job description. That person, if you're going to set up a committee, is willing to come here and talk to you to resolve some of these issues. Don't get me wrong. Our Parks and Rec Committee and us, we work real hard at that, and we're doing a real good job. but it can be done easier. I'm always willing to help. I reported to the manager when I had that job, and we took care of all the issues one-on-one all the time. And as you know, I'm here willing to help. Now, later in your agenda, still got a few minutes, you're going to talk about the BPW. That's done its job. I think you got your legal opinions. You can eliminate that right now. We don't have any public projects going on. The Northport finances are well in its place, and the treasurer can watch that. And if some big public issue comes up, you can create it again. Legally, the drain commissioner can do it. And there's just nothing happening there. And you got 6 people coming to meetings every few months, and it's just not worth it. The dam authority is the same way. That authority was established when we built the dam, and it worked good. And there's only 2 of us that do any of this stuff on the work on there. And you could eliminate that. And the lawyer or your legal person said, you know, Steve is the only person that needs to be there legally. And I'm willing to help on that too, if you want to appoint me. But the facilities manager is very, very important.
Any other public comments? Seeing none, any commissioner comment?
I would like to welcome our new chairman
Thank you.
and our new commissioner, Commissioner Bailey. Thank you. And I look forward to productive sessions together. Thank you.
Any other commissioner comment?
Just to add the same. Welcome to Lois and congratulations, Ty.
Well, I have a commissioner comment, and in anticipating the possibility of becoming chair, I did sign up for 3 MAC workshops this week on meeting protocol and meeting order and meeting process and Robert's rules. And I was thinking about what my goals were for the rest of the year, and collaboration, civility, conversation, open-mindedness, respect for staff, respect for administrator, respect for colleagues. And I look forward to 7 good months of being chair. Thank you very much. Okay, we now move to communications, proclamations, and presentations. The administrator update.
Thank you, and I'll follow up with comments. Congratulations, Commissioner Wessel on being chairman, Ms. Bailey for being on the board, and you and I actually worked together before. 1995, you and I were models at a fashion show for the University Center in the Dennis Museum. I don't know if you remember that.
Oh, yeah.
You were a little more fashionable than I was, but I don't remember that, but we were models. I thought about that last night. I have a photo somewhere, I think, of you and I on stage wearing our clothes from Bailey's department store.
I was wondering if we could get pictures.
I'm gonna try to find them. There are some pictures from, Miss Bailey probably looks the same. I looked a little different back then. So, Jerry was here, and you know, those saying go, what's the difference between a boy and a man? It's the size of his toys and the cost of his toys. But look at that photo, the three proud men there, and the look on Jerry's face there. He's so proud of that tractor. So no, thank you for supporting that. I know it wasn't in the budget, and Jerry was really nervous on coming in and asking for money. But as you can tell, he's very proud of it. And I just thought it was a great picture of the 3 wise men there. They've been called 3 other things, but I thought you should see that. You should see that.
Will he leave that parked out there all the time?
I told him there's an ADA violation. The sheriff may have to ticket him for parking and blocking the entryway. But we'll see. Steve Christensen is here, wants to give a brief update on the Lake Bluffs Drain District. So Steve, and I believe Brian's here also.
Yes.
And this will be a quick update here.
Yep. Brian, why don't you take that?
You want me to pass this out?
Yeah, I can.
No, go ahead. You two talk.
Thank you. We're here today to give a quick update on where the Lake Bluffs drain is with regard to the schedule. And Brian is here to click off the points that are on the handout. And with that, I think I'll just turn it over to Brian Sensi from GEI.
Okay, so what's being passed out is just a tentative draft schedule on for the Lake Bluff strain. This is in Solon Township, and we just got back, all of the property owners in the entire subdivision signed an easement for us to work in the roadway because the roadway is private, which I thought either would never happen or take years, and we did it in like 3 months. So kudos to Steve and to Laurel and stuff for getting that all together. So that was pretty, but it shows that the neighborhood wants it. So we're looking to, in about just about 4 weeks from today, have plans available to contractors. So drain projects in Michigan, this is a basic bidding schedule. We have to publicly bid out these projects. So we give contractors about 4 weeks to get the plan specs, and then we have looking to have the bid opening beginning of July. We then have to send out a notice for day review of apportionments, and that's where everyone, including the property owners, have their assessments. It's a day that they'll be able to come into the office here, review the assessments with Steve and I, and Steve can make changes to the assessment rule, and he has 10 days to make those changes. So we wanted to go over was the items for really the next time that you will see us, and really the last item that we would need from the board is, in order to finance these projects, they're either done 2 ways, through notes or bonds. The size of this project is probably more in the note range because it's going to be under $1 million. We are looking out 15 to 20 years, but we have been getting notes in the last several years from really only one bank bids on most of these in the state. It's High Point Community Bank, which used to be Hastings City Bank. And so I've already talked to their financer, and they've already provided us a rough interest rate to use for this as well. But we can get a better rate and a more secure rate if we get full faith and credit resolution backing from the county. And this is pretty typical on every drain project. It's usually an ask or requirement of the financer. So if this was a county that I worked in, like Berry County, where we do 5-6 projects a year and they finance all these projects, and for a $500,000 job, they may not ask for faith and credit resolution. They'll just back it and say, we'll give you 2.5% no matter what. In this case, because it's a smaller district, that usually brings them more concern, because if a couple people default, then that could be an issue. And because this is really the first drain project that has gone through this process in Leelanau County, my guess is they're gonna want this. Essentially, it means that if the note is short in any particular year, because someone defaults on their taxes or doesn't pay their assessment, the county comes in to back that. So it's just a guarantee that I'm sure you guys have done in other things before, but it doesn't stop the project if you don't vote for it. It just means that it might cost, we might get a worse interest rate. So it's just allows us to get the best interest rate possible. And I've gone to many counties to ask of this, and I had a board chair, I think it was in Calhoun County one time, that basically said, so things would have to be pretty dire, near end of the world, for this to come back on us and have us be paying these bonds. And that's essentially the case. I mean, you'd have to have 20-30% of your people default for it to be an issue. And I've never actually had a county had to step in and pay a full faith and credit resolution. We have our first instance ever that I know of in the state of happening in Lansing Township in the city, and in Ingham County possibly happening. The township itself may default on some, but so that's question. Yep.
I have a question. In regards to the interest rate,
Mm-hmm.
what do those numbers look like? If you do not get the resolution from the county, or if you do get the resolution from the county, what's the difference in the rate?
It might be as much as 0.5% sometimes. It's all dependent on the financing institution. If this was a bond, we were going through a bond, so we have to go through Treasury and MAC and everything. I would say pretty surely at least 0.5%.
And so you're just anticipating that it would be a 0.5 point difference.
Right, right. And like I said, it's purely up to the finance. I've had projects that were nearly identical, just some of them may have 1,000 people in the district and some may have 50. And they feel better the fact that the one with 1,000 people, that there's gonna be less defaults, so they'll back that regardless, whether they have a full faith and credit resolution or not. So this is just an anticipation, us to come back to get the best rate possible.
And so the note would be with the High Point Community Bank.
Right, that's just an
Do they-
example. Anyone can, this is a public, so anyone can bid on it. But they tend to get most of these. It's kind of a niche that they have in the state.
So they write the paper and then
Yep.
sell the note.
Yep.
Then,
Thank you. So I noticed there was, every month, it seems like we have more bills we have, is it 5 districts now you're working on in the county?
I think we have 4 districts and then there's
So is Schaumburg considered
yes,
done?
no.
Schaumburg's, Timberley, Lake Bluffs, and South Bar?
Mhm.
So 4? Okay. In the event of, if we didn't back the bond or the note,
Mhm.
or if we do, is there a deed restriction put on the property itself to recoup those costs?
I mean, I don't know that particular, like it goes on as a special assessment tax, so it's like a tax.
So it's got-
in like
There
normal,
sounds like
yeah.
a lien then of
Yeah.
some sort, and would it be a first, last?
I don't know that,
I think I could answer just because I am paying
yeah.
for where I live. It's on my taxes in the fall. And it's part of my property taxes, so it just added on to the property tax for a number of years. And you have to
So
pay,
it
it's
stays
just like,
forever on the property.
until it's paid
Not like
off,
a
until
first or
the,
last.
until the project is paid off. At least that's the way,
Oh, you have a district drained it?
oh,
Okay.
well, for roads, but
Oh,
it's
okay.
a- it's a
That's
special
yeah.
assessment.
Timberley.
So every year I get it's part of my winter tax bill.
Yeah, and this would be on the winter taxes, so the idea is the drain assessments need to be in by the last Wednesday in September to get on the December 1 taxes, so this will go on the December 1 taxes, so.
Okay. Well, I've asked the question before because I'm concerned about the mounting bills on these districts and they haven't even been put in place yet. So if they're put into place, the homeowners will pay for them. If they're not put into place, we will pay for them. But it sounds like we're moving forward, so that's good. And then how long is that? How long are they? Because there are mounting bills in these districts. So are they paid for over how many years? Obviously, you're not going to put the price.
Right, so that's one thing we usually, like, I think we're just basing it on, I think we're probably gonna try to push to the 20-year, we're looking,
20 year.
but just, we might have an option of a 15 and a 20 that we'll present at the day review sometimes
Okay.
to give them an option to see what it might look like, but I think we've been kind of leaning towards the 20-year.
If
So,
it's on the higher end.
right.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And then as soon as in this schedule, as soon as we get financing in August, that, they send you a check for the full amount, the county gets immediately reimbursed all that money that they paid out on that particular district at that time. So you'll be whole as of that time.
any other questions?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but you can pay off
Oh,
your
yes.
amount at any time in full if you wish to.
Yes, and that is one thing, like, one of Steve's tasks is he's checking with like the township and we'll talk to a lot of times the counties and the townships will pay off and not be subject to the financing. But this is also true for any property. You can actually pay it off at any time. I know, the financiers don't like, you to be subject to it, but we actually, under the law, we have to add 1% to whatever we get. And that covers early payoffs, it covers some defaults, so some of that is taken into account, but that's one thing is if we can get it for, if we have to finance for 2/3 the amount of the money that we thought, that's even better. So they can pay it off at any time, and we will, in the correspondence, we'll give them a date for which they'll need to have their money in for it to be, not go on taxes, basically.
My other question was, when would we know the amount? Let's just say world went berserk and a number of people defaulted and the county had to pick up the payment. What are we talking about roughly in terms of dollars?
I mean, I think total cost, we're definitely we're in the $500,000 range, of total cost for the whole project. But again, there's township, there's county, and then there's the residents, and they all pay different percentages and portions, so, yeah.
Thank you.
But just I think the board should feel good, the fact that every lot owner in this and how many lots did we have? 24, 20 some.
I believe it's under 30. It's
Yeah.
like,
But everyone signed basically an easement allowing us to do work and basically saying, the road, we're gonna pave the road and there's gonna be an assessment tied to this and you're gonna be left, responsible for the assessment. And everyone signed it, and even the properties that with undeveloped lots. So.
Congratulations.
I mean, I've been doing this a long time, and I just told Steve when the attorney said we had to have this, I said, well, we'll be here next year waiting for this because easements take time.
he actually said it'll never happen. I said, I don't think it's gonna be.
There's
a
always
problem.
one or two
We'll get it.
holdouts, but not in this case.
You may have said it, we've underwritten the other drainage districts.
The way it's set up now, you're paying for basically like Draper's supposed to have a revolving fund. You're paying the bills out of your general fund.
We've done this with.
You haven't done this with any other districts. This is the first time we're coming to the board. So that's why we wanted to come here. Because, in other counties, when they do this, this is just kind of old hat, when we have a full faith and credit resolution, but I wanted to explain what we're gonna be coming to you in regards to. And like I said, it doesn't mean if the board chose not to do it, because, in other counties, some drain projects get very political and stuff. It doesn't mean the project stops. It just means that we don't get that backing, so we, may not get the best interest rate. And if it was a bond, we definitely wouldn't get the best interest rate.
And you're coming to us for this one because.
You have to do them one at a time. So every petition, the
but
law,
Not the others.
we will on the others,
Well,
once we get to the
okay, so
point
this
when.
is the first of
Yep,
many
this is the first,
petitions.
yes. That's why we want to actually come and explain, give you the schedule like that we have to go through and where you slot into that, basically. where
And
the
you're looking
county-
at potentially August. So this is just an update here.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I have one more, Mr. Chairman. We're looking at 4 districts. You're looking at this particular one to be about $500,000. Can you ballpark the other 3? What do you think our costs are going to be? $1,000,000, $500,000, 3/4, $1.5 million? You've done this most of your.
We just had a scope meeting in beginning of April on South Bar Lake, and we presented 3 different options to that whole district, and that one is going to be in the 400,000, 300,000. Timberley, we're not far enough along. Schaumburg we're in the easement negotiations phases of stuff, and that's really what takes a while because we're trying to work with property owners that will work with us, but that's in the $500,000 or less range.
And Timberlake, you got a ballpark idea?
Less than that. I mean, the same thing. I'll say they're in the $500,000 or less.
Okay.
Yeah.
That gives us an idea of what we're looking at down the road.
Yep.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for your time.
We looked at last week's Record Eagle and saw a headline story that Grand Traverse County moves to dissolve agreement with community mental health. This will have a tremendous impact on Leelanau County here. I spent the day yesterday with the Grand Traverse County Administrator and with Eric Kurtz. Eric is the Chief Executive Officer for Northern Michigan Regional Entity. His job is to oversee the state oversight on this. But just let me explain to you a little bit. It's pretty complicated and it will impact us tremendously if they proceed with it. So we're part of a 6-county authority. 6 counties are Grand Traverse, Roscommon, Crawford, Muscata, Wexford, and Leelanau. We've been part of that, I believe, since 2003. prior to 2003, we had a joint partnership with Grand Traverse County. So Grand Traverse and Leelanau had their own community mental health authority for about 10 years. There were some changes in the state, and they thought it'd be more efficient to join a 6-county group. At least for Grand Traverse County, it's simply not working. So they passed a resolution authorizing the administrator to start the legal process. So legal process is probably in August. The board will vote officially to remove themselves from the authority. If that happens, we have no choice. All the other 5 counties have to disband from this authority. All the assets of the authority have to be sold off. And by law, a new authority has to be formed. Service have to continue, and the employees have to have guaranteed employment for at least a year to continue with the services. So it's a very complex. The state would demand that there's an emergency plan put in place to guarantee that services will continue. So it's a very complex process. The next step is Grand Traverse County has asked for me and the chairman to meet with their administrator and chairman. Hope to do that next week. And at some point, Mr. Kurtz, who, like I said, is the state overseer, will have a meeting and invite all of the 6 counties commissioners to it to talk about the options. One of the options that is available, simply go back to the legal format from 93 to 2003, which is authority between Grand Traverse and Leelanau. And by all accounts, it seemed to have worked well. From what I've heard, there were no issues. Just they thought a larger authority with more counties would provide greater efficiency, and that does not seem to be the case. So if Grand Traverse County follows through, this will have an impact, and we will have to spend some time looking at the options. But the best case scenario, if the Grand Traverse County officially passes this resolution, it's about a 2-year process to form a new one, come up with an emergency plan, have a guarantee of services, and come up with a new structure. But it'll be a major effort. And so Mr. Kurtz will be working with all the counties to make sure we're in compliance. And Mr. Whistle, you're part of that. Do you have anything updates or anything?
So is Greg McMorrow, who's in the audience, and I don't know if Greg has anything to say. It has been a difficult year for Northern Michigan. And we tried to keep it. We have another meeting in a couple of weeks, but it's a complicated matter.
But it appears Grand Traverse County is fairly firm in their decision.
Any questions? Thank you.
And finally, we have a birthday this month. And she's been on the board for 15 minutes, but she gets a birthday pie. It was last weekend, wasn't it? Your birthday? Yeah, so I thought it was her birthday, so happy birthday.
Thank you very much.
And what our tradition is, I buy for the birthday person, and the birthday person has to buy for the rest of the commission.
Well, and don't forget, she also has to cut a chair.
Well, yeah. Happy birthday.
And Mr. Janik, would this be an appropriate time for you to mention the certificate of appreciation?
Why don't you, as chairman?
We do have a certificate of appreciation that we will certainly give to Chairman Bunnick for his years of service at the county. Thank you, Will.
And we've done that when people leave commissions, board, committees, we always honor them. I thought we thought it'd be very appropriate to honor Mr. Bunnick for his 14 years of service.
And thank you to Commissioner Lautner for reminding us of that. Thank you. Okay, next on our agenda is the probate and family court update. Joe? Judge?
I think we're all here, but Joe Caldwell's gonna go first.
So good morning, and first of all, congrats to Chairman Wessel and to new Commissioner Bailey. I'm Joe Povolo, and I'm the Family Court Administrator for 13th Circuit Court Family Division. First of all, I'm going to just remind you who we are in terms of our staff and how long we've been around and what we do. So Josephine Lingard is our juvenile register, court recorder, collection specialist, judicial secretary, and she has been with us for 23 years. John Boonstra is our youth services counselor for boys. He participates in the Leelanau County Substance Abuse Coalition. He's part of the part of the Prevention Task Force. He's on the grant writing team and the student leadership team. He's a guys group co-facilitator, family support team, Leelanau County Family Coordinating Council, and Leelanau Trauma Support for Children and Adolescents. So he's involved in a lot of different activities, and he's been with the county for 8 years and 6 months. Sarah Hubble is also a youth services counselor for girls. She's also part of the Leelanau County Trauma Support for Children and Adolescents, the family support team, and is Voices and Choices co-facilitator. She's been with us 2 years and 6 months. Ryan Douglas is a juvenile probation officer for boys and co-facilitator of the guys group. Therese Larson, juvenile probation officer for girls, an adoption specialist, Voices and Choices co-facilitator, race director for the Traverse City Track Club, and Kids Marathon for youth in grades kindergarten through 5, and Leelanau County Trauma Support for adolescents, or for children and adolescents, and occasional court recorder. And she's been with the county 28 years. I'm a family court administrator and volunteer coordinator, and I'm also participate in the Family Coordinating Council as chairperson, systems of care, and soon to be retired. So I've been with the county for 34 years.
How soon? What's your date?
It is June 14th, exactly 35 days from today. And here's, pardon? Thank you very much. And here we have Cameron Clark, who will be replacing me, and I'll be asking him to talk more about himself later on. I know I'm always asked about the family court caseload numbers, so I'll start with that. Currently, we have 8 children that are subjects of 6 abuse and neglect cases. 4 of these children are in and have been in long-term placements, and 3 of these 4 are getting close to aging out of the system, meaning they're between about 17 and 18 years old. And will be, sadly, they've all been in the adoption portal system waiting to be adopted, but no one's ever come forward to adopt them. They will age out of the system and end up in adult foster care due to the inability to function independently. They will receive assistance through CMH and DHS in finding a adult foster care home. But just to stress the importance of our relationship with CMH, this is where kids like this end up when they have to be cared for in the future in a way that they're not able to care for themselves. So we need that relationship with CMH. There have been 2 new abuse and neglect cases this far in 2022. In this fiscal year, delinquency cases continue to remain low, with just under 20 youth currently in in-home supervision program and on the non-intensive case list. There are currently no delinquent youth in foster care, detention, or in residential placements. Regarding detention and residential treatment facilities, they're private, county-operated, and state-run facilities in the state. If and when a youth must be placed in short-term detention or residential placement, there are a number of difficulties and obstacles that make placement very difficult. For starters, during COVID, many facilities would not take youth. They just weren't taking them during COVID at all. After COVID, many facilities have had staffing shortages. Some have even closed. To further complicate matters, in the last year, the state implemented QRTP, which stands for Qualified Residential Treatment Programs. This is a certification process setting standards of care for residential facilities. While most facilities in the state already met these standards, however, some facilities have not and have chosen to no longer operate based on these standards, thus closing more facilities. It further adds a court review process called Qualified Individuals Assessment, which must be reviewed by the judge prior to the youth's placement. In addition, raise the age, which had to do with raising the age from jurisdiction from 17 to 18-year-olds, a number of counties transferred youth that were in the adult jails into juvenile detention facilities. Therefore, the combination of COVID, staff shortage, QRTP, and raise the age resulted in creating extreme difficulties for youth being placed by the court. Now, granted, Leelanau County, our diversion program and in-home supervision programs help to keep the number of youth that need placement to a minimum. But understand that when a bed is needed in such a facility, the court would be faced with an extreme difficulty finding an available bed. And many counties have had to find beds out of the state in Wisconsin, Ohio, Illinois, places like that. Not trying to be an alarmist, just wanted you to know what the status of finding the bed for youth is at this point in time. There are 52 youth currently in our diversion and prevention caseload for the past fiscal year, and approximately the same in this fiscal year so far. Diversion and prevention programs continue to provide effective programming that reduce the number of youth in in-home supervision programs. Data is collected to show that risk factors are reduced and protective factors are increased wherever possible. As I indicated, raise the age, which occurred back in October. The state currently pays 100% of all newly petitioned 17-year-olds for the first 3 years of implementation, and data will be collected about the numbers of new cases and costs. They will then determine if this funding will continue or if any changes will be made. We anticipated seeing about 15% increases in our caseload, and so far we've had 4 youth petitioned and referred over the age of 17. Programmatically, services are similar to other youth under the court's jurisdiction, but as they become closer to becoming an adult, the services may be tailored to increase things such as independent living, transferring to adult services like CMH, assistance with accessing healthcare, housing, and employment. So there's a little bit of different programming that we do regarding 17-year-olds. Juvenile Justice Reform Task Force. Within the past year, there's been the creation of a statewide task force, which is examining a number of areas of reform in the juvenile justice system. Areas such as data collection, detention of juveniles, diversion programs, probation practices, competency evaluation, screening assessments, residential treatment programs, waivers are all under their watch right now, and they're trying to come up with recommendations where improvements can be made, and recommendation to the governor and legislature is expected sometime this year when all is said and done. Guides Group and Voices and Choices. These are both programs pertaining to summer activities. They're best practice modeled mentoring programs that are partially funded by liquor tax dollars and monitored by the Northern Michigan regional entity. Both these groups are participating in week and a week or a half week activities on the Sail Champion this year. We have brand new kayaks, which were provided by the 2% grant from the Grand Traverse Band. We plan to auction off or sell the old kayaks this spring once we get them cleaned up and have pictures taken and prepare them for sale. We still have volunteer activities, including CASA, which is court-appointed special advocate, regional detention support services, tutoring, mentoring, and transporting are still available, and volunteers are called upon when needed. As indicated earlier regarding the difficulties of placing youth, at times volunteers and staff are called upon to sit with youth in the holdover in the jail for up to 24 hours as alternative placements can be found. Just want to mention about life after COVID. All of our court staff has been fully vaccinated. We have faced many challenges during the past couple of years with occasional quarantines and limited exposure to each other in the office, but the office has remained safely open and the public has been served. Many court hearings are still being held by way of Zoom, and in some cases, it's more convenient for all the parties involved. Most delinquency hearings are held in person, as we prefer the individual, the youth, to be in front of a judge. On a personal note, this is my 9th and last of my probate and family court updates. I have about 1 month, as I indicated, left until my last working day. This isn't the last you'll see me, though, as I'll be back in June at the executive meeting to present the child care fund budget for the 22-23 fiscal year. I sincerely appreciate the support that you have given the children and families of Leelanau County. I didn't expect to do this.
Joe, you can always change your mind and stay with it.
No, you can't. You have made, the difference you have made is made this families stronger and safer by giving kids the best opportunity to become effective and productive citizens. I also want to praise you for your creation and support of the early childhood development millage, which will continue to net positive outcomes for Leelanau County residents for years to come. So thank you. Thank you for all the work and support you've given to the court.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, Joe.
Are there any questions for Joe? Yes, ma'am.
I want to thank you too for your service, and I hear the real care about these kids, and that's what really counts. I'm wondering, what do you need that you always wished you had?
Motorcycle.
And let me tell you, I'm a real fan of retirement, so I'm excited for you, while I'm also sad you're going. But
Thank you.
you can't beat retirement, but what is one?
Well, that's an interesting question because I was just talking to Cameron yesterday about a van, just a van to be able to transport the kids when we do these activities, having one vehicle for picking them up and grabbing the bikes or kayaks or whatever we need and going off and doing activities. So we are very fortunate in Leelanau County to have, I think we have a number of resources that work with the kids well. So as far as other needs, I can't think of other things right now, but a van is something. So
Okay, thanks.
thank you.
Not a question, a comment. Joe, you have helped to build just an outstanding program. And every now and then I see John or another staff member with a kid and work around the streets. And it's just wonderful to see the work that you have done. So thank you so much. You will be big time missed. Looking forward to working with your predecessor.
Thank you.
Yes, welcome.
Yeah, Cameron, would you like to come up and say a few?
No,
Tell us about yourself.
I had one comment, you know, Betsy left us and we haven't seen her since. So I think that, I mean, she's enjoying herself, so I hope you do also.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And I had one comment too, Joe. I worked with you on the Family Coordinating Council. I worked with you when I was at Northport School and worked with you here. And thank you very much.
Thank you. And congrats, Jim.
Cameron?
Good morning. It's nice to be here, and I know I have big shoes to fill. I have been doing this type of work for a long time. My career has been spent working with at-risk children. As a younger man, running residential facilities on the East Coast for kids who could not live in their communities. Coming back to my home in Benzie County, I got involved in the Benzie County Court, working as a probation officer first, and then as their juvenile court administrator. Then I was hired by the judge in Manistee County to do the same for them. This is before court reform and before Benzie and Manistee were in one circuit. I've run an alternative school for at-risk youth in Manistee, and went back to the court under Judge Thompson and spent the last 7 years as the family court administrator for Benzie and Manistee counties. I like kids who have experienced trials in their lives. Kids who are sometimes referred to as traumatized, but I find them and their families to be fascinating, interesting, hopeful, and it is my passion. I currently serve as a governor appointee on the Michigan Commission for Juvenile Justice. I'm on several committees right now as the state is creating recommendations for juvenile justice reform. I am a vice president of the Northern Michigan Juvenile Officers Association, and I also serve on the executive committee of MAFCA as the Michigan Association of Family Court Administrators. So I am engaged, I am passionate, I'm energetic, and I know I got my hands full. Thanks, Joe. I'm looking forward to it. We're working with Joe. His staff seem extremely capable, experienced, and it is so nice to have access to our judge in the same suite. I was not accustomed to that prior to this, and so speaking with her on a regular basis already is just a real advantage.
Welcome. Any questions for Cameron or comments?
Just looking forward to working with you.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Thank so much.
Thank you, Cameron. I do have a follow-up question to what Joe presented about detention center. Will we be getting a plan or a solution or some ideas on how to deal with that from you and the judge?
I would hope so. I mean, I know Joe said that he didn't want to push the panic button, but I don't mind doing that. It is a crisis in the state. 83 counties do not have access to beds, and for me, it's a safety issue. Sometimes children, for their own good, just need to be slowed down because they may be engaging in activities that are just unsafe for themselves or for the community. And we are at a crisis in this state, and nobody seems to have the answer. So I believe it is up to locals to put their heads together and try to be creative.
Thank you. Judge?
Chris is going to.
Yeah, go.
I'm going now.
Yes, you are.
Okay, good morning. I'm Chris Mattis. I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous.
I told her I was gonna pull her notes from her. She knows this by heart. She's great.
So I've been your probate register for 2.5 years now. And actually, I'm very happy to announce Erica Freem. She's our new deputy probate register right here in the green. She has 16 years experience as a judicial assistant at the family court down in Miami-Dade County in Florida. Erica will be trained as a court electronic operator to assist with hearings for both probate court and family court. And she started on April 18th, and she works 4 days a week. And we're very happy to have her. She's been a great addition.
Welcome.
I'm proud to report that we now have a consistent track record of 0 deficiencies in our conservatorship and guardianship files. This means that all required reports from guardians and conservators are up to date. And I don't know if some of you remember when I started 2.5 years ago, that was not the case. So we've worked very hard to correct that. You may have read the article in the Record Eagle on Sunday entitled "Michigan's Guardianship System Leaves Vulnerable Exposed." There were no current concerns raised with Leelanau County with our probate court. And I do believe this is due to our rigorous compliance with the probate code and additional safeguards that we do in our court. Statutes allow the court to appoint
any competent person as a guardian or conservator. The person must be over age 18, suitable and willing to serve. And that's basically it. Often family members make suggestions or even agree whom this shall be. However, the court has the final say and only chooses a fiduciary after a hearing and some investigation into that. After appointment, we monitor the services provided by appointed conservators and guardians to best ensure that our most vulnerable residents are protected from exploitation in the county. If I could just go over the process just a bit. Annual reports on the condition of the ward or minors are required to be filed by the guardians and reviewed by myself, the judge, and our deputy probate register. If there are any concerns, contact is made with the guardian. If the concerns are not resolved, court may appoint a neutral person to review or investigate the guardianship. Then they would turn around and file a report with the court. If a modification is suggested by the neutral person, an attorney for the ward is appointed. The attorney may file a petition and a hearing is held to determine whether the guardian should be removed and a successor appointed. Conservators are required to file annual accounts on the protected individual's assets and expenses. The court requires copies of corresponding financial institution statements, which must reflect the value of all liquid assets. And we also require receipts to support the listed expenditures. If the accounting is in error or lacks sufficient information, I do a detailed letter that's sent to the conservator with a proposed amended accounting, along with a request for additional supporting documentation if needed. If we see any red flags, the court can appoint a GAL or guardian ad litem, that's an attorney that reports back to us. They perform an audit of the use of the ward's finances. They would review pretty much like all of those accountings and information. If there are still concerns, the court conducts a hearing, and if the fiduciary does not have satisfactory answers, he or she may be removed and a successor conservator appointed. If we find that a conservator has improperly paid themselves a fee that is not allowed, we have required repayment to the estate. To overcome after shortfalls in the protections offered by current law, we do investigative work when any red flags are raised, and we keep in close contact. I'm in close contact with adult protective services and child protective services. We're also in close contact with law enforcement when necessary. Additionally, prior to the appointment of a guardian or a conservator, the judge appoints that guardian ad litem to investigate the situation. They would report back to the court as to whether or not the proposed guardian or conservator is appropriate, to be a guardian or conservator, or if a guardian or conservator is even warranted in that situation. When a family member is not available, willing, or suitable to act as a fiduciary, the court appoints a professional or a public guardian or conservator. They are required to post bond and are limited to spending no more than $200 of the ward's money without court approval. We are now in the process of implementing civil and criminal court records checks for all proposed conservators and guardians. All in all, I believe the hands-on case management in our court is more rigorous than some of the other counties. This may be because we are a smaller county and have more time to devote to each of our cases. but also because Judge Kremkowski and I have put in place safeguards to detect and limit any abuses. I'd also like to mention that the probate court recoups expenditures such as the fees for court-appointed attorneys and the guardian ad litem fees from the estate when of the estates that can bear the cost. We cannot charge for our mental health cases or the developmentally disabled individuals. Those cases we can't receive money back from. However, to date this year, we've collected over $2,088, and last year we collected over $11,407. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions? Thank you very much.
One quick question, thank you. You said that when it's a family member that's the guardian, they can't accept compensation.
Did I say that?
I thought that's what you had said.
I didn't think so.
Oh, okay.
What?
They can
They
accept.
can.
Yeah,
It has to
they
be
can.
reasonable compensation.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay,
Mhm.
so
And
then,
many don't, but they can.
Yeah, and it's, in most circumstances, it's very limited. We don't typically see family charging family though, you know, they often don't
so
have
then,
much.
so if there's nobody in the family available, it's done by somebody of the public. And then they are compensated also?
We have some public guardians or even some of the professionals that if the individual does not have the funds in their estate, they actually don't charge them. Or they might charge a very nominal fee, like, you know, $60 a month or $80 a month.
Well, thank you for taking very good care of us.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Congratulations on cleaning up that backlog.
Oh, thank you. Very happy about it. Thank
And
you.
welcome to you.
Yeah.
Judge?
As a short closing remarks, because probate court and family courts still do a couple other things. We also handle divorce-related matters, custody, parenting time support, property division. We average about 30 open divorce-related cases, active cases. Mediation is utilized for families, and most resolve their issues and then just present a consent order. If there are preliminary hearings needed with child-related matters, we have two referees, Matt Hagan and Steve Pachorka, who do the preliminary hearings. As needed, I would do a non-jury trial. Most judgments in a case where there are minor children are entered within 8 to 9 months. There's a 6-month waiting period. So we get most done fairly soon after that. And for cases without minor children, there's a 2-month waiting period. And we average 4 to 5 months to get those done. Some take longer because there's highly contested issues. We also address mental health in several ways. And something that hasn't yet been covered by Chris or Joe is that we receive petitions for mental health treatment. And there are times where I will be asked, and I do sign a transport order for law enforcement, I don't know, sheriff's, yeah, they're still here, to pick up a person and take them to Munson Hospital for an evaluation if they are in an extreme mental health crisis and they're not willing to seek treatment. So sign an order, the deputies go out, pick them up, take them to Munson. We recently met with Munson staff to make sure that Leelanau residents that are driven to Munson actually stay there until they are assessed and are not left in the public waiting room where they're free to wander off. And that happened recently. So Chris and I and the judge, probate judge from Grand Traverse County and her staff came, and we had a good conversation. But it did happen, and things are okay, but that shouldn't happen. And it's not the responsibility of our sheriff or deputies to stay there until the assessment is done. That's not what the statute requires, nor should they, unless the person is really, really unruly and they, they are needed. But the hospital does also have security. Our goal is to have outpatient mental health services for all adults and children on our docket. However, some need more intensive mental health treatment. And the problem is there aren't enough resources in our region to treat those in behavioral health crises. There are no residential, as already been noted, there are no residential centers in all of northern Michigan. Both children and adults, if they need to be in the residential program, are sent downstate for care, often after days or weeks, week-long waits in the Munson Emergency Department, waiting for an open bed. In the past 6 months, we've had 2 young men who have been living in the emergency room. And currently we have one young man there waiting for a residential placement, and he's been there since early April in the emergency room. And the Department of Health and Human Services is charged with being there 24/7. So it involves a lot of different resources in order to take care of a person at the emergency room when they're not really supposed to be there. They're supposed to be receiving more intensive mental health care somewhere else. I think, Sheriff Borkovich has mentioned this a number of times, but a good percentage of persons in our local jails are there due to, nonviolent offenses related to mental illness or substance abuse problems. And many of these individuals could be successfully but could be successfully diverted from jail with adequate behavioral health care. Now, with community mental health being dismantled, we have both a challenge and an opportunity to provide better services. So I agree with Chet and with Ty. This is going to be a major effort on our part over the next year, 2 years. And I've already indicated to Chet and Ty that our court is willing to participate in that, because out of all the offices in the building, we probably deal most with individuals with mental health needs. In hearing Joe and Cameron and Chris present, this makes me smile and my heart warm about how professional our staff is and how competent they are. It's just great to be working with them. And yes, we will meet our Miss Joe, but I know we will see him about, and looking forward to working with Cameron. Cameron, with his background, was just an amazing candidate and applicant to apply for the position. So no one can replace Betsy. And then there came Joe, and no one can replace Joe. And now we have Cameron. So I'm very pleased with the progress our court is making. And if there are any questions, like we've covered about everything possible that our court does, but if there are any questions, be happy to answer them or not, or go on our way.
For the judge? Yes, Tricia.
Just one, and it's really following up on what you mentioned, the residential center. Could you talk a little bit about that in terms of what you're envisioning would be needed and what kind of help might be on the horizon?
Okay, well, I would like to see something in northern Michigan. And there is an entity already working on this. The acronym is CHIR, Shire, the Community Health Innovation Region. And this group has been meeting since November. We've had a summit in November and then another follow-up summit in April. And there is a core committee working on the development of a crisis wellness center in Traverse City to be located there. Now, how this is all going to play out with the community mental health in flux is going to be a challenge, but we're looking to have a facility where rather than going to the emergency room, that a person would either go in on their own, brought there by law enforcement or by family, and to have an assessment and to stay until they're stabilized, maybe a couple hours, maybe a day, but then to have a warm handoff to the next phase of services. So they don't just get a piece of paper with a number of phone numbers, but an appointment is made, they know where they're going within the next couple of days. Also, if a person needs longer care, but still short-term, that there would be 6 to 10 beds at that facility where a person could stay for a week to 2 weeks. And this would also involve our service youth. So we need a building, we need staff, we need all the protocols in place, and also funding. And all of these things are being worked on by the Shire committee that I'm I'm not the chair, but I'm a part of. And we hope that as CMH, as it goes forward, that Leelanau and Grand Traverse can continue to collaborate and cooperate with this project so that we do have a standalone building. We were looking at property at Copper Ridge, but then that just did not work out. But we're looking at property, staffing, and the funding. We have the early childhood millage, and part of that does provide for mental health care for youth. So perhaps some of those funds could be used, but that is a work in progress. But ideally, we would like to see a regional, in our region, a residential treatment center, at least for short-term stays, and to keep people out of jail, keep people out of the emergency room. So that is the plan. And we meet at least monthly and trying to work through this situation.
Thank you, and thank you for your work on this.
Anything else?
Other questions? A follow-up question to that. You are working in your SHAR group with the Grand Traverse Community Foundation to get some funding.
Right, a grant proposal went in, yeah.
I believe your group next week or next month would like us to
Yes.
take a position on that and support that grant.
Well, we would like to present a more complete plan, and a business plan is in the process of being developed. So we were thinking in June or July, we might be ready to present a more full picture and to ask for your support for the project.
Thank you very much, Jeff.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Next on our agenda is the 13th Circuit Judicial Court Community Corrections Update. Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you for being here and for waiting for us.
It's always educational. I usually always follow the probate court. I learn more in that than I have all year long. So I actually enjoy following them. My name is Sheree Shively. I'm the manager of the Community Corrections Department for the 13th Circuit Court, and we also serve the 86th District Court. We serve Antrim, Grand Traverse, and Leelanau counties because of the circuit and the district. Those are the regions that they serve. In my department, I am the manager of the program. I've been the manager I've been with Community Corrections for 16 years. I've been the manager for 7 now, and I have 3 staff. I brought one of them with me today. Her name is Morgan back there, and Morgan supervises one of our programs. She supervises our jail alternative program. And what that program is when somebody is sentenced to jail by either the circuit court or the district court, those judges will indicate whether or not those individuals are eligible for our services. And that what Morgan does is she goes into the jail. During COVID, everything has been virtual so that our services were never interrupted. But now that things are more relaxed, she's going into the jails and she meets with those individuals and does a screening with them. And part of that screening is to just determine what's going on. Everybody that we work with, we create an individual plan for them. So there's nothing that's really cookie cutter. Every individual that we work with has some sort of need that has brought them into the criminal justice system. And our purpose is to address those needs. Address why you keep coming into the criminal justice system. What can we do to put you into care to help you so that you exit the criminal justice system successfully. And so when somebody is in the jail alternative program, they are with us for a short time period. It's just until they were supposed to be released from jail. So we are not probation, but we do serve in that role during that time period. Those that are placed with us are under intensive supervision, no matter where we place them. We can either put them on house arrest. If we do that, they have a GPS house arrest monitor. We can place them in transitional housing in the community, and they're supervised by case managers, or we can place them in outpatient or inpatient residential services. So it could be substance use treatment or mental health treatment. No matter where we place them in the community, they have to be engaged in some sort of counseling, and rehabilitative needs are being addressed while they're with us. It's not just to get out of jail. And oftentimes we have individuals that we know that that's their goal, is to just get out of jail. And I'm okay with that. I'll get you out of jail, but you're also going to be doing all of these other things. And for the most part, after a little while, they're like, all right, this is good for me. This is some needed changes that I've needed to be made. So Morgan supervises that program. We also have an intensive supervision program for pretrial offenders in the felony phase. So if somebody is arrested and charged with a felony, I have staff that what they do is they do a risk assessment and present that to the magistrate or the judge. Part of that risk assessment is gathering their criminal history, interviewing the individual to find out what their circumstances are, where are they living. Part of that is determining their ties to the community. And so what we're trying to do is just establish with an assessment that we have, this assessment is used throughout the state. So we're utilizing the same instrument that most pretrial service agencies in the state are using. It's called the Praxis. Anyway, and what that does is it determines a risk that we present to the judge, and based on whether they score a low, medium, or high, and whether or not we recommend that they have conditions for release. We don't take part in money, right? So that is a constitutional situation with regarding bail and money with that. We simply recommend whether or not somebody is to be released on their own recognizance or not released on their own recognizance. And then the judge determines the rest of those things. We do then, if somebody is released from jail, they're placed under our supervision through the process until the resolution of their case. So that may be that somebody has been charged with a violent crime and they have an identified victim. And so what my staff does, I have my staff, Lindsay, she is in charge of supervising those individuals, and we place GPSs on them, and we place them in, we have exclusion zones, and we can even give a victim their own unit, so that if the individual's GPS is getting close to the victim, then they're notified of that. And so those are just some of the things that the pretrial services program does with that, is supervising those that are released from jail. And so the goal of that program is that if somebody is charged with a crime, they're charged with a crime. They have not been convicted of that yet. And if they are deemed to be safe enough to release in the community so that they can participate in their own defense and then participate in their life, right? So they don't lose their jobs, they don't lose their children, because that often happens when people are incarcerated for longer than even 1 to 2 days. And so my staff goes in and we see individuals before they ever even see a judge. Other places, they see people after their arraignment. That may be after a couple of days. So my goal is that people are seen before they ever even see a judge. And part of that, even, we've talked about CMH. Part of that may be that my staff, Lindsay, reaches out to CMH because they have a CMH caseworker, and to make sure that that person's aware that this person's now in jail, and to coordinate that care so that that care is not lost. So that's another one of our programs that we use. So we have the jail alternative, we have the pretrial assessment, the pretrial supervision program, and then some of the other things that we do. My department's funding provides the funding for the drug court probation officer during the felony stage. So in drug court, which is handled through the district court, Judge Cooney is the judge for that. Anybody that comes into that program is charged with a felony, and for the first year, they are pleading into the court with a felony. If they comply with everything that they're supposed to be doing and they make good progress in the program, after that first year, they then are allowed to re-plead their case and be sentenced as a misdemeanor. And also, there are certain cases that when they are resentenced to a misdemeanor, they then will be in the program for 2 years, 2 more years. So the program is a 3-year program. After that 2 years, there are certain charges and cases that can then have the entire case dismissed. So we recently had a participant that had a job in the medical field. And so it is extremely important for her. She completed this program very successfully and did a wonderful job, made some amazing changes in her life. This is no longer on her record anymore. And she's actually working in the substance abuse field. And so she's able to she has gone from, somebody who had a problem with substance use disorder that was taking over her life into now somebody who is really providing services to others in the community. So it's a really rewarding process. I'm a part of that team. I'm a part of the sobriety court team and the drug court team. So that's part of the things that my funding serves is for that portion when they're under a felony sentence. So as like you heard, I'm the 13th Circuit Court Community Corrections, and that provides services to felons. The circuit court for the criminal division is for felons only. We do service the misdemeanors in all of our court systems, but a lot of my funding, and I'll explain that in the second reason that I'm here. When I bring a resolution before you, I'll explain that. Part of my funding, all of that funding is only targeted towards felons. So that's why that's a lot of the population that we serve. In our supervision of defendants been in all of the court systems, my department rents out and or provides in-home breathalyzers. So we have individuals that the court has deemed that they need to do alcohol testing. We can provide that for them. Part of my grants actually provides the funding for somebody who's charged with an OWI third. So that's somebody who's charged with a severe drunk driving offense. And so if that's something that's funded out of my grant, so they don't have to pay for that. And that then provides the court with the ability to intensively supervise them. We also have an ankle monitor that detects every 30 minutes, does an alcohol test. So there's for the most intensive caseloads, those that are your fourth, your fifth, your sixth drunk driving cases. Those are usually what are placed on those. Or individuals that have been repeatedly violating while they've been monitoring, they've still been drinking. And so we have that. And then, like I said earlier, we have our GPS system. So my staff monitor all of that for all of the court system for all 3 counties. We do that with just 4 people. So a couple years ago, we had 6. And the district court, some of you are aware of, went through some restructuring, and that resulted in me losing 2 staff, which was not, I did not like that. And it has not been good for our department. So I've talked to Commissioner Rushton a lot about this and try and figure out ways where I can at least get one more person that is not a cost to any of the counties. So I'm working on that. But as you know, finding funding sources is difficult sometimes. So I'm hoping to get back there. As far as the numbers that we serve, so when I look at the populations that we serve for Antrim, Grand Traverse, and Leelanau, Grand Traverse is obviously our largest workload, right? So that's about 75% of the population that we serve. Antrim County is about 15%, and Leelanau County is about 10% of the population that we serve. Like I indicated, during COVID, a lot of places shut down, the courts shut down, so many things shut down, and my staff did not shut down. They stayed coming to work every single day. In fact, their work amped up. And so when I talk about we're a jail alternative program, it is not only just during COVID was not only just those people that were sentenced, it was who's in the jail that can be released right now and be placed under community correction supervision. So we did that for some of the jails so that the individuals could be released from jail and be under our supervision. So we really amped up while a lot of places kind of drew down. We actually had more work going on for us during COVID. One of the things that I talked about is the need for me to diversify the funding in our department. So this last year, I've applied for 3 different grants. 2 of them were through the Northern Michigan Regional Entity, so the NMRE through liquor tax funds. One of those grants was for the ability to hire and place what are called recovery coaches into both of the treatment courts. So one on sobriety court and one on the drug court team. And what a recovery coach does is when somebody's in early, this is very different too. You've heard the term of a sponsor. You know, a sponsor who's working the steps with somebody in AA or NA. This is not a sponsor. This is a person that's had to go undergo training and supervision, and they are certified to guide somebody through recovery, especially through the early steps of recovery. So somebody might get charged with a crime and right out of jail. The reason they're with us is because their lives are unmanageable. That doesn't mean that they know what to do from the day that they get out of jail and make the right steps, right? So a recovery coach is going to help guide them through that process. And so I was so thankful that we actually got the funding to put one of those individuals on each of the teams. My goal was to actually have it be a graduate of each of the teams so that they knew, because these are very intensive programs, the drug court, sobriety court. So we're able to do that. I have one for the drug court that she's just waiting to get trained. And the sobriety court person just started, and she's an incredible asset to it. So that's really exciting. It's a new thing that we're doing. And that's utilizing liquor tax dollars. The next program that they gave us funding for is for what we call supportive recovery housing. So one of the things that I have taken upon myself, right, is I look at what are the barriers to success for people in the criminal justice system. What is preventing them from succeeding? What is keeping them in our criminal justice system? And one of the things that we identified is that when somebody's released from jail, they often have lost their job, or they didn't have a job to begin with, and they may have lost housing. And so one of the grants that we got is for supportive recovery housing. And what this will do is when somebody's placed into what are called either transition houses or recovery homes, there's a rental fee every day, right? So that agency has to charge money because they have overhead they have to cover. So this grant will pay for the first 30 days of somebody in that program. And then if it needs to go over 30 days, then I can approve that, but I haven't had to do that yet, and that would be on a limited basis. Because the goal is within 30 days, they've gotten a job, they've gotten their first paycheck, right? And so if somebody's gotten a job and they haven't quite got their first paycheck, I'm gonna continue to assist them with that, just so that they're not faced with this gigantic bill when they get out of there, because they have children they have to take care of, and themselves they have to take care of. I don't want them to choose whether paying their rent or paying for food for themselves or their children. So that's a really good thing. But in light of some of the things that was also said by probate court, we are facing shortages of placements for people right now. We just were notified today that the only real structured facility that we have to place females in, what we call transitional housing in the community, is no longer accepting intakes right now because they don't have any openings. Everywhere that we're trying to place people are full. So the reason a lot of that is people are staying longer in these recovery homes because there's no housing available in the community for them. They simply can't afford it. You know, who can afford when you're making $15, $14 an hour, $1,500 a month rent? And so they're staying in these recovery homes longer because the placements, the places that are supervising them also don't want them to become homeless. So this is a really big barrier for us right now, and it's my biggest frustration at the time. The other grant I just applied, I haven't actually applied for it. It's going before the county board in Grand Traverse next week, is my first foray into 2% funding. So we'll see how that goes. I've applied for just a very small amount. I think it's $5,700. And what that is for is another barrier that I identified is individuals who do not have transportation available. And so I'm asking for bus passes for anybody that's involved in the criminal justice system, to assist them to be able to comply with their court orders. Right, so some of the court orders are to get to counseling, to get to court, to go to work, to show up for certain things, and so these bus passes will assist with that. I don't know if I've even requested enough. I don't think I probably have, but I'm started low. So I really hope that that's something that they will fund. And I think that's all I have on my notes right now. I'm here for another reason too, like I said, but that's my presentation as far as what our department does. Really, we're the department that, this is the fun part of my job. Is Judge Cooney said to me one day, "You have a cool job." Like, I really do. I love my job because it's different every single day. So when a judge says, "Hey, I wonder if we can do this," I'm the person that they call, right? It may not even be something we normally do, but if the judge says, "Hey, Sharice, would you look into that liquor tax money?" "Sure, Judge." And so that resulted in, looking into some more things. And another judge saying, "Hey, we've never applied for 2% funding. What can they do for us?" And so that's the fun part with my job, is that when there's a question about what we can do with something, usually they come to me. I like to problem solve. I work much better when I'm have like a struggling task. Like, I like to solve it. It's a puzzle and I'm going to figure it out. And so that's what I think is really unique about community corrections, is we don't have strict walls that we have to operate under. We can kind of branch out and do the best that we can for those that we serve in our community. So. Any questions?
For her.
Yes, ma'am.
Quinn?
So, recovery coaches, you have 2 on staff, so they're paid.
Yes.
Do you have recovery coaches in addition to that, just in the communities, or?
So there are many recovery coaches in the community.
Are there in Leelanau?
There is an agency called the Northern Michigan Substance Abuse Services, NMSAS. They typically provide the training for individuals, and they serve Northern Michigan. So they serve Leelanau, they serve almost 28 counties in Northern Michigan. Leelanau is one of those counties. So what they'll do is that's the recovery coach that I have. She hasn't started yet in the drug court. She's waiting for training in June for that. And so the recovery coaches can be anybody in the recovery community, but they all are people in recovery.
I'm just wondering if we have.
I don't.
Do they have a CAADC?
No, they don't. So a CAADC has to be a licensed professional counselor. A CAADC is a certified.
So what's the credential for someone who doesn't have an LLP or an LPC?
or not necessarily, there is a credential.
So that's a certified addiction, it's a CADC. So that's just somebody that has a bachelor's
They have a
degree.
CADC.
They do not have a CADC. They will be a certified recovery coach.
Okay.
It's a different designation. I can't remember what their acronyms are. And then there's the CADC, and that is somebody who has a bachelor's degree.
I have a CADC. so that's
Okay.
what I'm asking.
Yeah. And then there's someone who has a CA. Yeah.
What qualifications they have to run through?
Yep. So they don't have to have a degree at all to become a recovery coach. Their training is usually a week long, and then they have follow-up trainings. And then they have to go through a certification process with Department of Health and Human Services as well.
Any other questions?
I have a comment. I just want to say that Sharice is very passionate in the work that she does. The people that she works for become like her own children, and she mothers them along, do good, do good, do good. Her programs have been quite successful, and like she says, she is a problem solver. It's been great working with her over the years on this board, and there's a lot of new things that have come forward to help those in our community who have different issues, and there's many. But
Commissioner Rushton is my board chair. So I have a board that oversees us. It's the Community Corrections Advisory Board. And Commissioner Rushton is our board chair. It's been wonderful. She's guided me a lot because I'm not, I've had that Robert's Rules training, I don't know how many times, and it just does not go in here very well. So I rely on her a lot.
Thank you both. Any other questions? Should we take a break and then come back with our action items?
Well,
actually,
Do this now.
yeah, she's first up. Why don't we get through that? Because
The first action item is the 13th Circuit Court approval of resolution number 2022 BOC grant.
So what this is every year I have to come before you. This is the largest funding source for our department. It's $325,056. It's a continuation grant. I haven't had any cuts or any increases that I'm requesting. This grant application was approved. It has to be approved by my Community Corrections Advisory Board before I bring it before you. I did that on April 26th. They approved it. I then have to go before all three counties and request you to approve me for me to submit it to the state, which this is really weird, but I've already submitted it to the state. They allow us to come before you after the fact because they give us only a month timeline to get everything completed. And then I have to provide them with your resolutions before they're finished with everything. So kind of backward, but.
So with that, Mr. Chairman, I would move to recommend that the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners approve the county resolution 2022 to be determined 13th Circuit Court Community Corrections fiscal year 2022 grant application for the submission to the Michigan Department of Corrections as presented.
I just want to interrupt. It's 2023.
Oh, I'm sorry.
2023. Yes.
Okay.
Is there a second? Second. All those in support?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed?
Thank you.
Passes 7-0.
Thank you.
very much.
Thank you.
See you guys next year.
Take a 10-minute break, and would you put the certificate for Mr. Bunny on the table and we'll get that signed?
All right.
Please mute. Please unmute. You are muted.
I've been asked to move the Substance Abuse Prevention Coalition grant request, item 14B, to the top of the list, if that's okay with everybody. So Rebecca can go back and do the work of LIFT. Before we do that, the sheriff has an announcement to make.
Real quick, once a year, Leelanau Community Church provides a dinner for law enforcement, first responders, fire EMS. And it starts at 11 o'clock this morning. It's over at our sheriff's office. It's in our lobby. When you come in, the double set doors go through next door. They invited the entire board. So if you get your business done quick enough, there's enough food. It's all the good, German and Polish cooking from Leelanau County. You don't want to miss it, trust me. They do it every year, so you are invited as soon as you're done.
So I can verify it's well worth going to.
Let that be our incentive to proceed. Rebecca, would you come forward, please?
I think all of you know Rebecca and Audrey, they've been here many times. And with all their hard work, we would get a $50,000 grant that you approved a couple months ago. And now we're about to enter in a contract. And I saw they were at the very end of the agenda. And I know they have to go back, so thank you for being flexible. So it's in your board package. It's a simple contract. Our legal counsel did draw up. And Rebecca's here to answer any questions or Audrey is here also.
Any questions on that contract?
Page 184 in your board package.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to recommend that the County Board of Commissioners waive its policy on bid requirements and approve the agreement between Leelanau County and the Northern Michigan Public Health Alliance on behalf of the Leelanau County Substance Abuse Prevention Coalition in an amount not to exceed $25,000. Funds to come from 101, 100, 101, 967, 019. Support.
Any discussion? All those in favor, vote yes.
Aye.
Opposed?
And just a quick, you want to talk about just briefly about the prom that we're sponsoring with all the local high schools?
Yeah, so each school has been given $500 to go towards their prom. And LIFT is partnering with Northport, St. Mary's, and Sutton's Bay to host their prom this year. It will be next weekend. And we will meet them at 4:30, where we'll bus them to Natolo's for dinner. And then from Natolo's, we'll come back to the prom site and we will begin some, of our fun evening activities. So gone are the days where you drive yourself to prom and do whatever else in between. And we are using that as an awesome prevention tool. So, yeah.
Is this something that LIFT, the organization LIFT gives the $500 to the schools?
No, this is from the coalition. So the coalition is supporting all that. So the coalition is also supporting the Leelanau school, and then Leland, Glen Lake, and Traverse City West.
Down there too.
Yes.
Yeah, we did this through a coalition our first year, then unfortunately with COVID. Schools are very grateful because obviously they're trying to do activities that allow the kids to have some fun and stay away from more dangerous parts of the prom tradition.
Correct.
So the schools are very grateful for this. I think it's a great partnership with our coalition.
When you graduated from high school a few years ago, did you think you'd always be coming back to doing one more prom?
I hoped, I never got the prom queen status, so I'm waiting for that, but otherwise, I love it.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
So do all the kids participate in this or is it voluntary?
It's voluntary as far as going to prom or going,
Yeah, that's true.
yeah, to go to prom, it's voluntary, but anyone that's attending prom, at least for Northport, St. Mary's and Suttons Bay, they're doing the Natolos and the busing and all that, so it's part of their prom ticket.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Next on our agenda, we have Yarrow Brown and the Housing North program agreement. And at our last meeting, can you?
Yeah, at the ARPA meeting, you simply asked to look at the potential agreement. You did not fund it, you did not approve, but you asked to review it. And so our attorneys have reviewed it. And what you have here is a copy of an email from our legal counsel, Mr. Jerome, from Monday, May 2nd. So I just thought I'd pass this out, give you a chance to look at it. And like I said, there's no request at this point because you have not approved a partnership or any funding. But you did ask to review the potential agreement, so that's what you.
But no action on this today.
Well, it's up. I don't assume since at our ARPA meeting, you did not, you didn't allocate any funding, but you did ask to review the contract, a potential contract. I forgot which commissioner or commissioners asked if they could see what the proposed or what a proposed partnership would look like.
So then is this being given to Housing North to update the?
Yeah, I sent it to our legal counsel, but I didn't get the feedback in time for this meeting. But I don't see that there would be any issues with the comments, but did send it on to our legal counsel to make the final edits and get it back to me.
So could that be ready for next week?
It could, yes. Next week is the meeting on the 17th.
I would like to see this on the agenda for next week so that we can make a motion to approve and get going on this.
You also have to allocate some funds because there's no funds out there. So if you want to just move it forward to next week, you just move it forward to next week.
Okay.
By consensus, or do we need to go down?
You probably should have a motion just to stay within your guidelines.
Is there a motion to move this forward for next week's meeting?
I would make that motion.
I'll second.
All those support?
Yes.
Opposed?
Aye.
5-2.
If I may, why is it that we're taking this outside of the ARPA vote meetings? Do we not have a special ARPA board meeting coming up to make decisions?
My understanding is that we had said that we want to take a look at the contract. I don't think at that time it was our intention to take action at this meeting, but to look at the details of a potential contract.
So my
I think
question,
we can do that next week. My guess is we ought to make an action item on it based on at our ARPA, we have funds.
I don't think you set a next ARPA meeting. You set a meeting for review of the administrators next Tuesday at, I believe, 3 o'clock, but you have not set a date for any future ARPA.
I guess my hope is that we had 5 people vote to move this forward and 2 opposed. We'll move this forward and have the discussion at that time next week.
Yeah, I'd like to be able to see us, we've been talking about this for months. And we have a dire need in this county. So if the contract can be updated, I don't think we have any hard and fast rules because we have dealt with this in our meetings. I don't think we have a hard and fast rule that we cannot make this kind of decision at the regular meeting.
Deal with that next week's meeting. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's move on to item 3 on the agenda. Chat finance.
And I believe Mr. Stoker's online. I hope he is. David, are you online? He is, okay.
I am. I don't know if you can hear me or not, but I am.
Yes, we can hear you. So thank you for joining us once again. This is an issue that our finance committee has been doing for several months, and they've heard a very detailed presentation from Mr. Stoker last month. But this is a very complex issue, and I thought it'd be helpful to have Mr. Stoker give it to all 7 of you. So I want to first of all thank Commissioner Lautner, Wessel, and Robbins. They've heard this before, and we have been talking about this for several months now. I believe we started in February, looking at our pay scale. During our dialogue, we discovered that there are some legal challenges here and the way we have done business. So what you have is a copy of a March 22nd in your packet, a March 22nd opinion on the deputy clerk's position. And also in your package, you have a pay scale here. But I thought some issues have surfaced that we need to deal with, and Mr. Stoker will try to walk us through that. So Mr. Stoker, could you start about the elected officials? In our pay scale, we have steps for elected officials. So let's start with the elected officials first and then go step by step. Could you just give an overview of what your concern is about our current method on how we pay elected officials?
Sure. First thing, Chet did tell me, okay, now repeat everything today that you said at finance. And I'm not sure I remember everything I said at finance, but let me go through a little bit where the law is. Essentially, well, first thing I should backtrack and as a quick overview that the law and the courts and the Attorney General look at county officers to include the elected officials as well as their chief deputies, i.e. the undersheriff or chief deputy. So what I'm telling you sort of applies to all of these, though I think we're going to go in a little more detail as to that as we get into classifications. What you have done is probably done a couple things that are problematic, particularly as to the chief deputies, but really for both. You have created a pay scale, which essentially says, your first year you're at this step, second year, like a normal labor contract would, you have steps to move up based on how long you've been with the county in that position. The difficulty is the statutes and the law essentially provides that elected officials are to have set annually a fixed salary, and that fixed salary cannot be reduced at any time during their term. It can go up, but it can't go down. So one of the problems with a pay scale is that essentially if you have a change in, now again, it can't change midterm. At the beginning of a new term, you have a fresh start and you can set it anywhere you want. But once you set it there, it cannot backtrack and go back down during the term, even if the person changes. So if you have a vacancy or someone quits or someone wins the lotto and goes and you get a replacement and that person has no experience whatsoever, it doesn't matter. The pay goes with the position and not the person. And essentially you are then locked in at paying them at the same rate as the person who left. So that's, one of the issues with a step pay scale that's basically based on how long you've been here, basically based on experience, is that when you have a vacancy and you put an appointment or someone else filling midterm, you must put them in at least at the step of where the person was that was leaving. And again, that doesn't work well with steps because you do have changes that occur midterm. And what we've been doing is moving them back down. Now, the one example we have with elected officials actually was simultaneous with the term. We have the Register of Deeds who came in new, and essentially because of that, she was at step one. Well, it was also the beginning of the term, so you were allowed to set her salary anywhere you wanted to, technically. But if 2 weeks later someone left, created a vacancy, you could not do that. You would have to put them in at the level of the person who is leaving. So again, the money goes with the position, not the person. And that, that essentially creates problems with the step system. The second problem with the way you've done it in your salary schedule is for some of the chief deputies, again, not the elected official, not all. For instance, the undersheriff had a salary set, but some of them had hourly wages set, basically. And the difficulty with that is if you worked more hours because you had overtime, and I guess not only did we have hourly, but we had time and a half if you exceeded the normal work week for people in those positions. So if you worked more hours, you ended up having a higher salary. But once you've got that higher salary, you're not allowed to lower it. And so therefore, if last year you had a lot of overtime, but this year you didn't, you run into potential issue because you can't give less than last year's pay. And the reverse is also true, that it creates a dilemma if you end up not working overtime last year, so you ended up getting lower pay, but we actually put you now on a salary. And this year you work a lot of hours, and under the old system, I would have gotten more pay. Did I get shorted? So it creates a dilemma both ways. I think the safer way to deal with it, though, is to look at moving towards salaries. That's what the statutes envision, rather than an hourly wage for both elected officials and for essentially chief deputies or persons second in command. Statutory created positions, actually. So, that's sort of an overview where we are. Then it comes down to how do we apply that to where we are in the system. And I don't know if you want to jump in and go over that a little bit, Chad.
Yeah, let me go on that. Yeah, thank you. Just an overview. This is very complex. So if you look at our sheriff, the clerk, the treasurer, the prosecutor, drain commissioner, they all are at the top of the scale anyway. So basically what Mr. Stoke is recommending, if you look on page 19 of our pay scale, you look, for example, under the administrator, there's one salary, there's no steps. We should treat those elected officials the same. And because they are at the top of the pay scale, we should simply eliminate the steps and create those as salary positions based on what they're currently being paid, which is at the top of the pay scale. So the clerk, the prosecutor, the treasurer, the drain commissioner, we would get rid of the steps. They all are on year 4 on the pay scale and say, this is the position, this is the salary. For example, if Joe Hubble resigned tomorrow, whoever came in to replace him, no matter if he had no experience, legally, he's entitled to the same salary as Joe Hubble. Those are positions, salary for positions, not the people. So it doesn't matter during that 4-year term, whoever's in that position is entitled to that amount of money. If any of the elected officials chose to quit between now and December 31st, 2024, they are entitled to that salary. So we can't say, well, this is their first year, so we're going to start them at step 1 or year 2 or year 3. They are legally entitled to be at the same as a person they are replacing. You do have the right every 4 years to adjust the schedule. So it's during the term of office that you do not have any flexibility with the elected officials. Is that correct, David?
You don't have any flexibility going downward. You do have the flexibility of going upward.
Yeah, no, yeah, thank you. So for example, if you every year, like here, we've treated all our employees the same. If we gave all our employees this year 3.25% increase, you certainly have the right to give that to the elected officials also. You just cannot go down. So if the elected officials resigns in year 2, whoever's appointed to that position is entitled to the same salary as the person that retired or resigned or quit, whatever the circumstances were. You do have the right as a board to increase it every year, as we have, at least since I've been here in 10 years, all employees have had the same increase.
A question. So let's assume that Joe Hubble decided not to run again.
Yes.
And a new person is elected. He's at the top of the step. We get rid of the steps. Are there no steps for that person?
There are no steps.
So that person.
The job is entitled to this as a salary. Now, you do have the right prior to the election to change the salary. And David, is there a deadline date they have to change? Is it by the day of the filing?
Yeah, it's interesting because there's, they do tell you in the statute, and then the case law and attorney general says, well, ignore the date, which I'm a little uncomfortable with. But they basically, there is a date in the statute. I think it's in November, by November of each year, you're supposed to you're supposed to review and set the salaries for the next year. My recommendation, probably at least on the year that you're going to have new terms start, that would be so in 2024, I would think about looking at that before the filing deadline when people apply for offices, So they essentially know what they're running for and what they're going to get. Technically, you don't have to do it until November, but I think you're going to get some feedback from you, maybe not legally, but maybe from a more broader equity perspective. If I ran for the job and it was 50,000, I won it, and now we're going to pay you 20. But again, you need to set it before the term starts, and I believe the date is in November. And essentially, you are supposed to look at the salaries of county officers, which includes all the elected officers, annually. That's one of the jobs you're supposed to do. Having said that, you can't go down, you can only go up, but you don't have to go up either. That's your choice. But once you do go up, you can't then go back down until the end of the term. Again, this only applies to salary. It does not apply to fringes. So you can make adjustments for elected officials for fringes. And when I say elected officials, I'm talking about elected county officers. There's a different set of rules for county commissioners. County commissioners, you can only set compensation, which is broader than salaries, for the next term. So essentially, you can at the end of it's set before you come in, and you can't change it except for the next people coming in after you. And it'll be interesting how that then gets administered now that they're talking about going to the 4-year terms instead of 2-year terms. But in any event, that's part of the law. Technically hasn't changed. But that's, we're dealing with county officers here, and it's just salary. You are allowed to adjust for fringes if you wanted to. So if everybody goes to a different insurance plan in the county, you can change the county officers. You just can't reduce their salary.
So just for clarification, when the board would review salaries prior to an election year, you're suggesting we do that prior to the filing deadline, correct?
Yeah, and again, there's you can always go up, and essentially you can go down for the beginning of the next term. You're not required to do that. You're not required to do that till fall, really, after the election's already been narrowed down potentially, or maybe even decided. But I think there's some advantage of doing it earlier so people know what is, you're not put in that situation where I didn't like the guy win, therefore he's getting no pay.
Yeah. So you basically would have to do it by during April 2024. Because the deadline, I assume, is going to be April something for offices for the August primary and for the fall. So as a board, you'd have to make decisions probably depending on the schedule, either in March or April of 2024 for the next 4-year terms.
And all salaries are set at that time. They can either go up or go down, correct?
Yeah, it's up to the board. Yeah.
Legally.
Yes.
And fringes are optional or negotiable, you might say. Okay.
But what he's recommending is that we eliminate the steps and just go straight to salary. The only person it impacts currently who's not at the top is the Register of Deeds, and that's why I didn't mention Register of Deeds, because as you know, Dorothy Miller was here when she retired at the end of her term, and Jen Grant came. Jen started at a lower salary because of our tradition of starting. However, because at the beginning of the term, when you approved your budget in that year, you approved that pay scale. So Jen legally is not at the same legal situation as the other elected officials. However, we as a committee talked about, and there was a recommendation from the committee, I believe, to compromise. If you look at the Register of Deeds pay, Jen, I believe, Jen,
Yeah.
you are currently at
The 1 year. I'm currently at the 1 year.
the 7791.
Correct.
And I believe there was a motion made by, was it Commissioner Wessel? I believe, put her at, was it at the 72 for, but that was just, yeah. But it's because she's a new elected official that started a new 4-year term, legally, you have the right to do it. but as a committee, we still recommend that you eliminate the steps and allow her to get to the top of the pay scale in 2 or 3 years. So keep her at the step scale, but just move her up 1 and then let her continue. So by the end of the term, she'd be at the 4 years. So going forward, that position will be treated the same as every other elected official. So that's the first recommend. I think it's one we'll just kind of continue because I know for 4 of you, you're hearing this for the first time and it's very complicated. And so the next issue, I think then is with the undersheriff.
You know what, can I ask a question? So I listened to the meeting in YouTube, which helped a lot, because this is
Very complicated.
complicated. So, but I don't understand the reasoning for keeping her at 72 instead of just putting.
Well,
everyone
that's
else
the
at
decision you have the right to make as a board.
But I didn't understand the rationale.
Well, let's keep going through the rest of it, and then you can debate how you want to do. Legally, can you do that? Yes. Yes.
It just seems to be consistent.
We had a unique situation with the undersheriff because Steve Morgan was undersheriff and he retired last year. So it was in the 4-year window. And when he retired, the undersheriff, Mr. Morgan, was at the top of the pay scale. When the new undersheriff was appointed, Mr. Kiso, he was put at year 1, I believe, correct? We're being told by Mr. Stoker, and he can verify that we did not do that properly. He was entitled because it was during that 4-year period term, he was entitled to be exactly at the same salary as Mr. Morgan was. Is that correct, Mr. Stoker?
Yes, I mean, essentially, the way it works, you're not allowed, again, it goes for the chief deputies, which would be the undersheriff from the sheriff's department, chief prosecuting attorney, as well as the chief register, chief clerk, chief missing someone, treasurer. All of those positions are considered county offices. The attorney general has actually ruled then that in the context of the register of deeds and the clerks, chief deputies, and said, those are county officers. You can't reduce their salary during the term. And the same would apply, though, for the other second in command positions like the undersheriff. In this case, we're like a month into the term, which means you can't reduce them. You're not required to increase them. So if you give increases after he takes office to other employees, you don't have to necessarily give it to them. Whether it's equitable or not might be another issue, but you're not required to. But you can't go down. You can't go less than his predecessor was receiving until you get to the next term. The chief deputies and the undersheriff and the chief prosecuting attorney's salaries are locked into the same basis for the elected officials that appoint them. So it's those same terms. Even if those elected officials change, it's that same 4-year block of time. And so it's really the same rules. You can reduce them if you want after the term expires before a new term starts, and then have a different salary at the beginning of the new term. But you can't make a reduction during the term. And I know this sometimes seems like, how antiquated could this be? But that's where the law is, and it's pretty clear law at this point. I know many people would think, why aren't we paying based on experience? Doesn't that make sense? But again, if these positions are basically for the office and not for the person in the office. One of the classic cases goes all the way back to World War II, and I think it was, I don't know if it was a treasurer or register of deeds. Someone gets elected to the office, then promptly volunteers for the Army, or I think the Navy, and heads overseas to fight in World War II, comes back 2 or 3 years later and says, I was in that position. I know I didn't work here, but I kind of kept tabs. Where's my pay for the last 3 years? And the court said, yeah, it went with the position. You had the position, you get the pay. It literally runs with the position, not the person.
So based on that, Mr. Kiesel actually is eligible for retroactive pay. So the position what Mr. Morgan was got, you increased that position by the same percentage of everybody else in the last couple of years. So I'm actually working with Mr. Stoker to come up with a resolution, because there's a technical thing. If we gave him without some type of agreement with Mr. Kiesel, which he said he's willing to work with us, it's not an issue, but typically, if we gave him his pay where he was plus the retroactive, it becomes part of his salary and he could demand that every year going forward, but we're working with Mr. Stoker and Mr. Kiesel to get an agreement that he's entitled to retroactive, but that will not be part of his base salary for 2022. So that means in 2023, he's not eligible again for that pay. So we're working on that, and I think Mr. Kiesel is agreeing with that, correct? What's that? Yeah, so we're working on that. We don't have a proposal yet, but we're working on that.
So David, for the purpose of today, we can recommend to the Board of Commissioners to move the undersheriff to the salary range, or the salary range to that salary, the new salary today, and then we'll work out the retroactive then later?
Yes.
If you wish, we can,
Okay.
maybe by next week, we may have it.
Okay.
We're just working on
Okay.
the.
But we can do the salary today.
Yeah.
Okay.
So let's go on to the chief deputies for the register of deeds and the treasurer, because they are different than the clerk. I'll make that sure. So if you look at the past several years, the register of deeds chief deputies and the treasurer chief deputy have not worked overtime. Their compensation was, and I'm going to round these off to about $48,000. Jen Grant brought up the fact that her chief deputy, when she took the job, got an increase of a total of 12 cents per hour. These are professional positions. They do have authority to act in the absence of the treasurer or the register of deeds. And so we also talked about changing those to salary because they have not worked overtime. We have some flexibility there. And there was some consideration about moving them to salary, once again, getting rid of the steps because they are entitled to the same laws as the elected officials. And so the committee recommended a salary of $56,941 for the register of deeds and the chief deputy treasurer. Is that correct? Is that accurate?
It is correct.
Yeah.
Jennifer Grant wants to.
If I may just clarify, when my chief was appointed, she was brought in at the 1 year, she would have had to take a pay cut from the scale she was on. And currently, my chief deputy is making 12 cents more than who she is managing. I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And once again, though, they should be salaried for $1 amount. It goes with the position, not the person.
And in the recommendation, excuse me, I was trying to figure this out.
Well, that's what I'm trying to do here. We've got two sheets here. The last sheet, I don't know if you have that in front of you.
I'm not sure which.
Is it this one, Greg?
It's
That's what she goes in the board.
20, yes.
That's the one that the committee recommended.
This is recommendation.
That's correct.
Okay, so here's my question. Yeah, that was handed out. In looking at this and looking at the other wage report, it doesn't tell us what you're raising the chief deputy of Register of Deeds from. What's her current pay? So we don't have something.
It's yeah, it's on this.
We don't, yes, but what?
It's an hourly rate.
Hourly, but
It
what
comes out to
step
about
is she?
48. What step is she in
What step
currently?
is she at? She's on a 2-year step.
So 2305, Jen? Is that correct?
Correct. And it goes for the rest of them. Where are they at today? And how are we gonna change it?
Well, that's to say, it's a very complex thing.
The chief deputy treasurer is at 2674, and it will stay at that amount. Is it the maximum? And those are, on the hourly, the regular pay is $1,820 a year.
So approximately, it's about 48,000 for those two positions. They traditionally have not worked overtime for any extra hours. So you take that amount, multiply it out, it comes up about $48,000. And let's continue, because I think we need to have a big picture, then decide how to go forward, because I know this is very complicated. And there's talk about the other positions, and for 4 of you, you're hearing this for the first time, which is very complex, and don't look lost, because it is very confusing. It is very confusing. So those positions traditionally have not worked overtime. So what their compensation was the previous years has been pretty steady. There's no issue of them taking a reduction in pay because of extra hours worked in the first year of the term. But it is a recommendation that we switch those positions also to salary and one straight salary, no steps.
And the chief deputy treasurer is also at 2674.
Yeah, if you look at it.
Okay.
Yeah, if you look at the chart here on year 4, the chief deputy treasurer, the chief deputy register of deeds, the executive assistant, and the seniors, those 3 are all the same, 2674.
The clerks,
No, the clerk's is separate. We'll talk about the clerk next year.
well, that's what I'm wondering, what her base
Okay.
rate is
So if you
without
look
the
at that,
overtime.
the base rate for the chief deputy clerk is $29.68.
That's without the overtime.
That's strictly hourly. But here's where the challenge comes in. This is where Mr. Dave Stoker could probably help us out here. The chief deputy clerk last year made approximately $16,000 in extra compensation for additional hours plus overtime, because that was part of her base salary in 2021. It is Mr. Stoker's opinion that she's entitled to that same amount in at least that amount in 2022, 23, and 24. Is that correct, Mr. Stoker?
Yeah, same, again, you paid her, that's one of the problems I mentioned earlier about paying someone hourly. If they work extra hours, they've now increased the salary and you now can't reduce it. So you've got that issue of you can't. That now, luckily, we've only got 1 year this term to look at. So I'm not quite sure how you do if you're like in the 3rd year and it's gone up, down, up, down. But this year we have 1 year looking back, and it can't be less than that 1st year for the 2nd year, or really for the 3rd or the 4th year for that matter. It's got to be at least the amount you paid the 1st year in salary. So
that'd be approximately 68,000.
So we discussed, as you said, your recommendation was to go to a salary just to be safer. But if we left that position hourly, then we would have, and they didn't work that many overtime hours, the compensation would be less. So how is that handled?
you would not legally be allowed to pay less. You'd have to find some way to give it additional
So they
pay.
would have to work that many overtime hours to get to that compensation if we left her hourly, or?
Yeah, again, the statute envisions, I'm sorry, the statute envisions these positions being salaried, not hourly. In fact, the statute literally says you're annually supposed to set the salary.
Right, so I just want to make that clear, that was why your recommendation was to go to this salary. But what we didn't talk about, and we talked about that we can change it at the end of 2024 for the beginning of 2025 for that position. So can we put an end date on the salary today, or is that just handled by memory in 2024?
Well, it's supposed to be done annually. You're supposed to look at all of these positions annually. Again, you can decide whether you lock yourself in when you go up that you can't go back down, but you can look at it each year. Then when you get to the last year of the term, going into the new term, you do have the flexibility of going up or down for the next person elected.
So we can't put that sunset date on this today then, is what you're saying?
Probably not. And even if you did, again, that would be a different board the way we're currently structured, and they'd be allowed to change it anyways.
Are there any other questions on this? So as I understand, and help out Stoker, the board can put her, and I'm trying to take the names off it, the chief deputy clerk's position is entitled to $68,000.
It could be salary, or it could stay hourly, but if it's hourly, she still is entitled to that $68,000 until 2024. Correct?
That's correct.
And in the occasion, if something came up, we have a difficult election, whatever, she could make more than 68 and then next year she'd be elected. back.
During the term of office, I understand, if, for example, there was additional overtime beyond that, and let's say this year that position was 69,000. So moving forward, that would be the base, right?
Yeah, again, once you increase the pay, you can't go back down. And it
Anytime
should be
in that
mind,
4-year period.
yeah, this is an election year, so it's one of those issues where the
Yeah, the only
commission
way
could
to
have
lock
extra
it in
time.
is the salary.
Any other questions of Chad? I have a question that I'd like to ask John, Jennifer, Chad, and Michelle. If we approve all three of these chief deputies as presented, what are the ramifications for staff morale, staffing issues? There's quite a discrepancy between 56 and 68. Are there other ways we might address this so we don't create what I think could be a problem?
I can tell you my experience, not here, but everywhere I've worked with. And it's almost true at every county, in Grand Traverse County, when the minute you start looking at salaries, you cause issues because everyone feels like they should be treated the same. So your option is to deal with, we started with these because we have some legal challenges here. So that's why some of these we have to deal with this year. It doesn't have to be done today. It could be done, but they have to deal with this year. And that's the reason we started with the salary positions. When we found out there's some legal challenges with the undersheriff, with the chief deputy clerk. Jen brought a valid point about her number 2 person making 12 cents an hour more. And you gotta remember the chief deputies, they're at-will employees. At any time they can be let go. Most of the time these people move up from the ranks where the union has job security. They take on extra duties responsibilities, but they also take risks with that. Because at any time they're at-will employed and the elected officials can decide to make a change or someone else. The challenge is gonna be, and I'm hearing it, I'm sure all of you are, the other departments are saying, well, when are you gonna look at us? We should be looking at the same time. And that's a valid thing. We debated about bringing in a consultant in to do a study. I can tell you, I've been involved with 3 or 4 of those various places I work. There always are controversies because some people are perceived as losers and some people are perceived as winners. There's no easy way to do this without causing controversy. You can bring in an outside consultant. I know for the 4 of you, you're hearing this for the very first time and it's very complex. Some of you suggested we have a special meeting just to deal with this topic and decide how you're going to go forward. So really it's up to you how you wish to proceed on this.
Okay. I know I was in the finance meeting, but I'm trying to understand this today.
Yes.
It's coming a little different angle. So when you have this one position, trying to keep names out of it, so you're telling me that since that individual's made all this overtime, she's guaranteed it every year?
Through 2024.
So because of $16,000 of overtime, we have to pay that every year.
That is what our legal counsel is saying, yes.
So the problem I have is, or trying to understand this is, we're talking about a department here that's not even 24/7. And next door, I could understand maybe it was a deputy. When you got 24/7, we got to provide service, how some individual can make that much overtime. It just blows my mind.
Which is the reason when David Stoker and I first talked about, he made the assumption that these are all salary positions because throughout the state, the majority of these positions are salary for that reason, to avoid that. Because an elected official could get in a debate with the board. I'm not saying this would happen here, but could get a debate with the board and say, well, or want increases for the staff. And they say, well, I'll just have them work extra overtime, that becomes part of the base. And that's why it is a strong recommendation that we switch to salaries for these positions.
But are we, okay, forget about this position here, say a deputy or another department. If that individual's getting overtime year after year after year, are they entitled to
No,
it?
it's only the elected officials and the second in command.
Okay.
Technically, it's county officers. Chad, if I can, technically, it's county officers. There are some other positions that could fit that definition outside of some of the elected official positions. But that's not what we're dealing with today.
I can tell you, we have situations where deputies make more than the sheriff and an undersheriff because of overtime, but that's a pay period by pay period decision. The sheriff and undersheriff do the scheduling, but we have had situations where some of those people make more than the salary of the sheriff and undersheriff.
Patricia and then Melinda.
Commissioner Owens just brought up exactly why I'm against doing anything on this today or this month. This is a very complicated issue, and I feel like we're approaching it like we sort of approached the creation of 2 new positions in finance and in HR, and that is without the necessary background work and data on all of these positions. We have a director of our senior services who's making less than a lot of other people who are who are not doing that level of job. And I think you have to, I mean, the fact that 1,820 hours is what falls into most of the department's work week, yet the clerk's office, they do elections. They're here morning, they're here night. They do, how many meetings extras have we had that all those minutes have to be done? So it's weekends. It's a lot of work that doesn't fall on other departments. So I think you have to look at the job and what's entailed in the job and make reasonable decisions rather than go in and willy-nilly add band-aids, which is what we're doing right now for some positions rather than all. And I think the health department went through recently and they did a study on all of their positions. And yes, some of them won, some of them didn't, if you look at it in that category. But really what happened is they are now placed at a level where they're able to recruit more people because they're paying more for certain positions than they were before. And I think that we need to do the same thing. We need to consider, I think the board needs to consider a wage classification salary study and to do it right. So we have the data to base all of these increases upon. Now, it's different with the sheriff or the deputy sheriff, because that by law is something that he should have had coming into that position. And he does have the right and should have to have that retro pay and that increase. But for everyone else, let's look at this carefully before we march in and once again do something that is piecemeal. And that's my recommendation, that we don't do the rest of this today. We put that off and slow it down and do it right. We don't want to be in the same position once again that we found ourselves.
Well, I appreciate where you're coming from, Tricia. That's why we just carefully looked at a few of these. But I do think that we have to begin this process of straightening these out. And there are a couple that I think we have to deal with today. This door got opened last year with some other departments, and I did warn this board that this would happen. And here we are. So I just think there's some we definitely have to take care of. First one being, and I would recommend to the board of commissioners to move the undersheriff position to the salary of $82,388.54.
Support.
Discussion?
I assume you want to be retroactive.
Well,
I mean, we have to.
That was my question earlier, whether we would do that today or are we going to wait for the opinion on the retroactive?
Well, I can probably get that document by next Tuesday.
Okay, then retroactive January 1 of 2022.
Support.
Discussion?
I'm sorry. It's actually retroactive from the day he took the position in 2021.
Oh, which was not January 1?
No,
Okay.
but we will come up with the proper.
Right.
I know what you're trying to say. I think.
Oh, it was in
From the
February.
beginning of this term.
Yeah, from the day of employment as undersheriff.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Discussion?
Who was that, Commissioner Rushton that seconded it?
Yes.
3 times.
I believe you're saying from the date that he became under
under
sheriff.
Exactly.
So I will work with Mr. Kiesel and Mr. Stoker to come up with the correct motion. And we'll try to do it by next Tuesday. if we can.
And I'm going to support this motion, but I will not be supporting any of the other motions because I think we need to do this right. And we can start a classification study right away. There's no reason why it has to ride on for several months. It can be done and done properly.
Any other discussion on this motion? Deb?
Yes. I disagree with your statement, Patricia. Here's why. We're not complying to the statute in regards to the positions that we're discussing today.
We have a motion on the table about this position.
I'm sorry.
I think we should vote on that. Any other discussion on the motion on the floor? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Now, if I may,
Motion passes 7-0. Yes, Ms. Rushton.
as I was saying, we're not in compliance with the statute. So I don't disagree that all of the salaries will need to be looked at. Typically, we do that at budget time and we take our time and figure it out. But I do believe that we do need to address this situation because we are not in compliance.
I'm not saying we don't. I'm saying, what rate are you going to set it at? So I agree with you. We do need to address this, but I think we need to look at it and do it properly and not just make a decision.
That motion?
I would like to move, yes, I'll make the motion to move the rest of the positions, to table the rest of the positions until such time as we have adequate data to make a decision. And would that be done before budget? Second.
Well, would you get what that actually means? Are you saying we should do a study? I mean,
I
what-
don't think we can have
Yes,
discussion.
I
I
think
don't
we
think
should
we
do a
can have
study.
discussion on a table motion, can we?
We can't have a discussion on motion to table.
I didn't hear second, did I?
Yes. Yeah.
All those in support of the motion to table?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion fails 4-3.
Okay, wait a second, before you go on, who voted to table? It was Totus Little, Allgaier, and Bailey.
So I didn't vote. I will be honest here. Well, that means you voted.
Everybody voted yes.
A non-vote is the same as a no.
The
Non-vote is the same as a yes.
No, because you need four positive votes on every motion.
Okay, so I need to understand it better. I was sitting there going, what? So.
As chair, I have a question of the administrator. You had suggested last week that you would be open to having a committee of
Yeah, I
full
was just gonna suggest that. Thank you.
meeting.
For four of you, this is the first time you're hearing this.
Wait a second, you've got a motion to table on the floor. I'm trying to find out what the vote was, and you can't discuss.
It was
What?
4 opposed, 3-4. Table.
No, I'm not sure.
No.
She just said.
So
she
is
would
your
vote.
motion to table
Yes.
until we have our study?
Well,
But you didn't vote, so you're a no.
I didn't, I was trying to decide what she would,
So I think
what the
that-
motion
People
was.
said yes.
And I should have said wait, but I didn't.
I think you have a point of order.
I think we're talking about, if you're gonna table, that's one thing, but there's no motion on a study. If you're gonna study, you gotta define what that actually means. So there's two separate issues here.
Yeah.
And the motion to table failed.
Yeah.
Now, I'd ask the
So,
administrator to.
You know, and I thought about this, we as a committee have been doing this since February. And obviously it's very complex. Four of you are hearing this for the very first time. This is the first time you've heard Mr. Stoker give a more detailed presentation. This obviously is a big topic internally with our staff, or elected officials, or department heads. I think it's an important enough topic that you schedule a special meeting, decide how you're gonna proceed. Because right now, for four of you, it's the first time you're hearing this.
Thank you. Well, I do believe, at least on 2 of these, that we need to, actually 3 of these, we do need to move forward with today. because we have a chief deputy treasurer. Our attorney is recommending we put on salary. They're presently hourly today. We can put her on salary and lock that position down. We need to look at the chief deputy clerk. Recommendation is to lock her into the salary before even more overtime could be accumulated, which would affect next year. And we have our chief, a recommendation for our chief register of deeds position, which just moves her up one step. That one, if you want to wait on that one, that would just be sad for our chief register of deeds, since we did recommend it would go up a little bit this year. And within 2 years, she would be up to the top. So for that reason, I'm going to recommend to the Board of Commissioners to move the chief deputy treasurer to a salary amount of $56,941. And that would put her in line with the deputy treasurer.
Any discussion? Tricia?
I believe Mr. Stoker also said that part of this review is looking at the salaries of like positions in other counties. And again, I'm coming back to, this may be it may be that she should be paid more. If we're locking it in now, we're getting rid of the step system, at least for the next X period of time. Why can't we wait and follow up with what our administrators have suggested, have a meeting to discuss how we're going to go, how to have a study, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not going to support this today.
While I totally support getting our chief deputies in compliance, I sure would want to know that we're getting them into the proper salary instead of just saying, okay, let's do 56. So from that sense, I think we need a wage study for everyone, for a salary study, wage and salary study for everyone. If we're gonna lock our chief deputies into a salary, I'd sure like to feel that it is in line with the positions based on a salary study. So I'd like to deal with this ASAP. And though I'd like to deal with it correctly. So we don't do a salary study and go, oh darn.
So we're speaking on the motions on the floor right now. Right. Commissioner Rushing?
I just want to remind the board that if you think that salary is not high enough, we can always increase. So it would appear to me that the consensus here is to, and I believe that's a step 4, that amount, is that step 4 for the 4-year term? No, not quite.
Well, I think where you're going is this person has been hourly. Correct? And it's been,
Which person?
my motion on the floor is for the chief deputy treasurer,
That's what I'm sure else.
moving her to 56. If we add hourly, was that averaging 48,000? Is that correct? Is that what we were told just a little while ago?
I think I wrote it down for Commissioner.
I can tell you a little bit.
48,666.
So this is an increase, but it moves them up to those 2 chief deputies the same.
We did that number just to get back on how we came up with it, and it was just a random number. We tried to be the best we could. So if you look at those salaries, the chief deputy treasurer and the chief register of deeds, I'm averaging here, ballparking around about $48,000. If you look at what the elected officials are getting, if you look at the salary of the treasurer, it's 75. So we thought a good compromise in between was the 56,941, and we got that salary. If you look at the thank you, assistant 911 director. I knew I don't have my cheer glasses on. It's getting blurry here. The assistant director 911 step one is 56,941, so that's where that number came from.
We have a question from the treasurer to make a comment.
Yes, just a comment. So I've had the job posted for one. I had one account.
Yeah, just the job is vacant.
So that was another reason we took into consideration was to
Yeah,
help fill
thank
the position. Thank you, John.
Under Sheriff, you wanted to make a comment?
I
You got it.
interjected there with where that number came from.
I should bring my cheater glasses with me because I could not see what the.
Any other comments?
Okay, her motion is for both the register of deeds and treasurers, or just,
This one is for the chief deputy treasurer. I'm going right by our motions out of committee. So is our chief register of deeds?
I remember it's exactly the same.
Yeah, so I guess I can add a vote. I would amend it to add both. So our chief register of deeds and our chief deputy treasurer both be at 56,941.
I support.
I think we had it when we did the whole wage schedule, just in that last motion, we had that.
Any
It should be separate.
any other questions or comments? I'm going to vote no on this motion, not because I don't support the salary, but I like the administrator's suggestion that we all have that discussion. And I worry about what's proposed here. I think I've had 3 finance committee meetings where we talked about it, and it's still confusing. And I think it would do us good to have that conversation with all 7 of us and then make a decision that we all can stand behind. So I'm going to vote no. Any other conversation, questions?
yeah, I think maybe you're right. Probably should go to study and point into budget and then we can do it. Budget.
Yes.
So are we willing to schedule a meeting to do what we're talking
Well, but there's a motion here to do it, so depending how you vote on the motion.
So any other questions or comments on, yes, Melinda?
So what we will continue in a concern with our register of deeds is that our chief register of deeds is making 9 cents more than the next person behind her. 12 cents. 12 cents more for all the added responsibility of being chief deputy register of deeds.
So, yeah, I'm going to respond to that because I think we could have a committee, a whole meeting quickly and resolve it and resolve it with everybody having the same information.
Well, you could have just, if you want to not have a committee of the whole meeting, you could have a special meeting if you want to act on these at a special meeting. The committee of the whole, you would have to make a recommendation to go future, but you could have a committee of the whole meeting in the near future and act on some of these and not others. So you would have that flexibility.
I have a question, if I may. Mr. Janik, you stated that you based this salary on the base pay for the 9.
When I stated that, we had a discussion between the treasurer, the register of deeds, and myself.
Okay.
So it wasn't just me coming out.
So my
We looked
question
at
is, that is an appointed position, the 911 director, correct? Okay. So his job duties, is his responsibilities the same as it would be for register of deeds deputy or treasurer's deputy?
That's such a hard question because all these jobs are so different. When I can tell you that
I'm talking about the responsibility.
if the 911 director is gone, the second in command is.
Okay, but
in
his
the
pay is
forward.
not mandated by law.
No, that's,
Okay,
we were looking at something that would be on a pay scale and equitable. And we had discussion, I believe, I don't want to speak in the air, but you all, both of you agreed that this would be a fair compensation.
and that's kind of my point. I don't know how this board thinks that it can pay anything less than what we're paying the 911 co-administrator or co-director or whatever his title is.
Chief deputy.
Chief deputy. Okay. So what I'm saying is, if we raise that rate today to this, it doesn't stop us from increasing the rate down the road. If we take care of the problem today, at least we have a baseline. We can always increase it. But they should be paid the same as another person who holds the same position with the same type of responsibility at a minimum. That's my point.
Commissioner Rushing, we don't disagree on that. My uncomfortable feeling is because there's a discrepancy between the chief deputy clerk and the chief deputy treasurer.
That's a different animal.
Well, and that's why I want to address this with
Okay.
all
Gotcha.
things, and that's why I'm voting no. Any other conversation?
Yes, and this is a wonderful example. It's making the point. You know, words used, we ballparked it. We looked and rounded off. We need an average. Shouldn't be paid more than this person. Shouldn't we be at least looking at this? These are really good questions. And it needs to be done by somebody who can be objective and professional and look at these positions and come up with a fair wage. It can be done quickly. It doesn't have to drag out. So this whole conversation is really driving where I'm coming from. So I hope we do have this meeting and we get some recommendations to move forward in a logical manner that's going to give us data and it's going to give our employees the sense that we've really done justice and fairness to them.
Mr. Stoker, you've heard this conversation. Do you have anything that you'd like to add?
Well, I guess obviously the policy one and how you're going to decide it, that's why you guys get to sit there. But where the law is you can't go lower than you did last year, basically. So the question would be in the review or in any evaluation, even from a consultant, it's how far up from last year. Can't be any lower than last year, but how far up from last year you're going to go. Even if your consultant says a certain position is overpaid, you're probably stuck with that through going forward. I mean, you could give less cost of living in future years, but you can't go down based on the way we sort of inherited this structure you're trying to straighten out. So again, a further review, or whether it be at a special meeting or committee of the whole or through a study, you can look at where you think they ought to rank pay-wise, but you can't go down from what you did last year. It's only a matter of how far up from last year, if at all, you're going to go going forward. I also think that there's a bit of a risk continuing on a salary basis or on an hourly basis, because that's very much subject to arbitrarily going up and down based on workload. And you do have unusual events to come up. As I mentioned, in the clerk's position, for instance, this is an election year. Sometimes those go smooth, sometimes they go very unsmooth, and there's lots to do. And you could potentially get lots of overtime. You can have that in any one of these positions. The treasurer's office, we've got wonderful people suing over foreclosures. Could that end up being suddenly a lot more work in that office? Potentially. Same thing with the register of deeds. So again, I think that's why the statute calls for these to be salaried. On a salary, if they work extra hours, it's a salary, it's a fixed salary. You get the same pay. If you work less or work more, you're paid for the job, not for the hours. So that at least for the hourly positions, again, it's early in the year, halfway through the year, I guess, but that's the risk of pushing it down the line. You could find yourself having that baseline raise on you.
Thank you. Commissioner Lawler.
Thank you. Well, I'm a little bit disturbed by where this is going. Our finance committee was an excellent meeting. We talked at great length about these. It was professionally done. It was done logically. We had the help of department heads. We had the help of our attorney. We had the recommendations of our attorney who led us to our safest pathway. So I guess I'm taking a little bit of offense to what I'm hearing here, because it was done very carefully. These are good recommendations to set us down a path where we can take our time and move forward if there are other positions that need to be looked at. So I call the question.
Did you read the motion on the table?
Paraphrasing it, but it was a motion by Lautner that was amended to set the salary for the chief deputy treasurer and the chief register of deeds at 56,941, and it was seconded by Commissioner Rushton.
That's the motion. Let's have a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Lautner,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbins,
Yes.
Commissioner Rushton,
Yes.
Commissioner Solisbro,
No.
Commissioner Wessel,
Yes.
Commissioner Alguier,
Yes.
Commissioner Bailey.
No.
5-2, recommendation passes.
Administrator, is it possible now that deals with the finance committee issues that you said were pressing? The rest of those could be handled in a more thoughtful way as.
If you're talking about the other, the only one I see that hasn't been resolved is the register of deeds salary. But that you don't have to take action on because of that. So that you should deal with, that's not pressing. From a legal perspective, that's not pressing.
Linda? I think she had her hand up right after we voted.
I did, actually. I just had a question of, do we want to deal with the chief deputy clerk position that is hourly and should be salary? And that's the only other issue I can see pressing. And at this point, we're how do we pay that person if she doesn't accumulate hours overtime to get that salary? Are we just basing her paychecks based on that presently? So shouldn't we just make a salary? How are we paying this person if it's based on, if we have to pay her $68,000? How do we do that if she isn't accumulating overtime and she's eligible to get $68,051? Should we not know how to proceed?
I think that's a good question. Gwen?
Yeah, it makes sense to adjust the salary now. However, we have to figure out what to do about what she hasn't gotten from January 1 till now. Because that's gonna be, so we need some advice.
Well, if you
on
put her
that.
on salary, it'd be 68. At the end of the year, she'll make 68,000.
Right.
But she hasn't.
She'll make it by.
No, but we will have to make it, we will work that out.
That's what I'm talking about, that work.
If you make a motion to set her salary rates for 2022 at whatever, 68,000, it'll be worked out, right, Madam Clerk?
Yeah, it will have to be worked out.
Yeah, I mean, legally, we have to pay her that.
But, and it won't matter if she.
We'll take the amount she made now, and then going forward, adjust it to, at the end of the year, her W-2 will say whatever salary that you choose.
So I am very willing to make, I think it's appropriate to make the corrections we need to make. And I think we need to set a meeting to evaluate all the salaries, and we need to do that as soon as possible with the goal of having finalized recommendations for our budget. So we can look at all of the other salaries because Commissioner Solisbro is correct. We need to look at everyone's. I do think it's appropriate to fix things that are in error right now.
On this, on the deal with the chief deputy clerk. Do we really want to set a salary today? Or we just wait until 24, because that means at 24, you got like a $13,000 difference. I thought our goal was to try to make everybody on the same page.
Do that in 20.
but I mean, yeah, but do we want to set that high
We have to.
and bring everybody? Or just let it go status quo until 24 into the next election and then adjust it?
We have to.
No, we don't.
No,
Well-
no, we don't have to. However, I think you can do that if you want to do that, but you open yourself up to the increased overtime.
True.
And if I were in that position, I would go after all the overtime I could get to get mine.
You can only milk the cow so many times.
Oh, trust me, it can be milked until it's dry. So it's a risk. If you want to go that route, it's a risk.
When,
From what I understand, whether she works the overtime or not, she gets $68,000.
Not today.
So it's absurd not to, right, absurd, I'm sorry, that's a qualification statement. It would seem appropriate to make it official because that's what she is going to make this year, whether we make it official or not. It gets messy if we don't set the salary there.
I would recommend to the Board of Commissioners to move the chief deputy county clerk to a salary of $68,051.
Support.
We will use the same process we are going to use for the under sheriff for the retro pay to ensure that the salary isn't more than this at the end
Yeah,
of the
we
year.
will, I mean, there will not be any retro pay. Your salary will just be adjusted going forward. And we'll come up with dollar amount, the proper amount.
So that,
So it'd be the same every 2 weeks, but at the end of the year, her net, I shouldn't say, the person in the position, really shouldn't talk about people. That position will get paid whatever amount that you choose to make this motion, whatever amount.
the other two end of the year was $68,051.
Yes.
Just want to make that clear. Thank you.
well, I understand the rationale behind the motion and I understand why we have to do it, but I think we're running the risk of creating some staffing issues, some morale issues that are troublesome to me. And but I don't see a way out of it. Any other comments, questions?
I do have a comment to make. You know, and this is the problem that I've had since I've sat on this board. We get information at the last minute. We get information without underlying information. When it comes to important decisions like this, how did we get to where we are with this? Because we didn't look at it. We didn't get the proper information when the decisions were made originally. So how do you explain this to the rest of the people in this county? It's our fault.
Well, we
It's
learned.
our fault.
We learned. Let's vote on the motion. Yes.
Yes, I'm in the same position. Utah, it's we're talking to not the right spot, we have to vote for it, but I'm a little worried about the forest fire that's gonna go through this building after today.
All those in support of the motion indicate by aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
6-1.
Why Mr. Spoker's still on the line here, and thank you, David, for your time. I know it's much longer than we anticipated.
Can I jump in on one more thing on dealing with the chief deputy clerk? I'm not sure the fixing the 68,000 the same way you did with the undersheriff might not be the better approach, because if we raise that salary so it's above what the every 2-week pay would be going forward only and not going back, and that position changes yet again, you're going to end up having money going to different people. It might be more prudent to try to deal with that in the same way we did with the undersheriff position.
So hopefully we can get that resolved by next Tuesday, though, by next Tuesday night, whatever the proper way.
we're working with the broker.
I'm not, Mr. Stoker, I'm not sure I fully understand what you're saying.
Well, essentially, if you, the easiest way payroll to do this is what Chet suggested is, you know, she basically earned less this first 5 months, basically. And so we'll give her a little bit higher than what the salary would be going the last 6 months or 7 months to make it balance out to 68,000. I think it might be more prudent to actually figure out what that pay would be if it was salary wise for the full year. And if she's short some for the first 5 months, do a retro pay for that amount and then have the lower salary going forward. So it ends up at 68. Because you do run the risk of, you know, another chief deputy comes in 3 months from now. I'm sure Michelle's not anxious to have another change in that office, but you could. And then you've got the situation of that second person getting a different pay level than the one who left. So I think.
I understand. Thank you.
I wasn't thinking that way.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, we'll try to get it resolved by next Tuesday night. Before Mr. Stoker leaves, there's 3 of you that have been on the board short amount of time. There's been changes with some of the Open Meetings Act and so forth. So I asked David, if you could just give a brief overview. I did get that printout that went forward to me, so we'll make copies for everyone. But just there's some issues, some court cases about Open Meetings Act violation. There's some issues with public officials, including commissioners, using text messages outside of their county issued equipment. David, could you just briefly kind of give us a brief overview on open meetings in just a few minutes?
Yeah, I briefly mentioned that we sent the summary that we sent out and it's of course already out of date. So I'll point out where it's out of date for starters. We've added all the stuff that dealt with the remote meetings that we're not allowed to have anymore. So essentially that's in the first page, I think 3 or 4 of the summary on what's a meeting. Essentially, we are now in a situation where legally unless you're on military orders, you have to be there as a member of a public body to count as quorum, to vote, to deliberate. There's bills pending to try to change that, but they don't seem to be going anywhere very quickly, even though the municipal league, the township association and association of counties have all supported it. It hasn't got out of a committee in the legislature. So I don't expect remote meetings to change. In the outline, we do say that after December 31st of 2021, it's only the military, but there's a bunch of stuff in there that deals with remote meetings that is probably obsolete already, but it's the most updated one we have. So we want to get that to you. The second piece, though, is, of course, the Open Meetings Act altogether is really out of sync with the wonderful digital world we live in, including remote meetings, but also concerning what is deliberation. Essentially deliberation and ironically, the definitions for deliberation, some of the key cases from that, of course, come out of Leelanau County. It's Rant, I'm not sure you pronounce his name, versus Leelanau County and versus Cleveland Township. They're some of the lead cases. Essentially, deliberations is, it's not just your body with the 7 of you there, or even a quorum of you there. You can run into a situation where if you delegate to committees the authority to make decisions, those are separately considered subject to the Open Meetings Act. So if you, for instance, you have a committee of 3 people, not even the 4, and that committee is going to decide which motions are allowed to come to the full board and which ones are not, that would itself be a public body and be subject to the Open Meetings Act and all the provisions of it. And so that is part of deliberating towards a decision that would become an issue. And that's really what some of those cases were. You ended up having commissioners show up at committee meetings, so you ended up having a quorum there. Does that count or doesn't it count? And the bottom line is, if they deliberate or essentially have discourse back and forth on the issues, that's considered deliberations. It's not if you just go to a conference. It's not if you have a chance meeting. But if you end up talking about issues that are going to end up before the board, and you do that with 4 commissioners, you've then had a meeting. It also then has the impact of, well, what if we're on the internet? What if I send an email out to the commissioners? What do you think about this issue? And you get 4 commissioners to respond. That is considered a meeting, even though you've never physically been together, and it would be a violation of the act. Literally, there's a case involving, I think it was a parks board of some sort, elected parks board with 7 members. 4 members, the newly elected ones, decided they needed a new parks director, and there was an effort to orchestrate that they were going to bring it to a vote, the termination of the director. 3 of the members went back and forth on email saying, yeah, I support you. I think it's a good idea. We need to make a change. A fourth member was on the email chain, did not respond to any of the emails, but then voted that way at the meeting when they had all 7 members present. Court said that was enough, even though that person didn't actively participate in the emails, to be considered a violation of the Open Meetings Act. So essentially, the concept of this is you got to be very careful when you're dealing with emails. It's always been that way with communications. If if 5 of you get together at the restaurant and talk about something, that's easily, you could have someone say, well, they're talking about county issues, that's a violation of the act. When you get on the internet, if you're going to have 4 or more of you show up on that email chain and there's discussions on the issues, that also could be construed as a meeting and could be construed as a violation of the act. So it's sort of the lesson. Now, what you are legally allowed to do, and this is pretty hard to orchestrate how you're going to do it, is poll commissioners. I can ask, if I'm on the board, what do you think, Commissioner Jones, on this issue? What do you think on Commissioner Smith on this issue? I can't deliberate or discuss it back and forth, but I can poll. If you poll with all the commissioners at once, that could be a violation. So I would suggest that if you don't do the usual efficient way of email chains when you communicate, and candidly, you do not essentially discuss the issues back and forth by email, and really not supposed to, it's supposed to all be at the public meeting that decisions and deliberations towards decisions take place. And that, again, there's a lot of other nuances, and we have a Q&A section as well in the summary that Chet can give you. So I'd recommend you take a little bit of time and take a look at that. There are both criminal and civil penalties for members violating the Open Meetings Act. And we don't want any of you involved in that. Chet?
David, can you talk about text messages? I was actually at a meeting in Charlevoix when I was up there where people were sending text messages. That came to court and they lost, even if they're their private devices. I think it's Matt Norford addressed this several months ago with us. He's recommending that commissioners not text back and forth to each other because that could be a potential violation.
Text messages are really treated exactly the same as emails. It's the same as if you put it in writing and went back and forth and had a group of people in a chain discussing things. There was a relatively infamous case involving, I think, city of Ann Arbor, where the commission had desktops for all the commissioners, and or all the council members, I think it was, and they literally were emailing back and forth between each other at the meeting, or in some cases emailing with other people to get input from people outside of the meeting that were not participants in the meeting, and the rest of the members didn't know what was being said. And that was a clear violation. In fact, I think a newspaper stumbled on it, frankly, under a FOIA request, and found that there were emails back and forth saying, I don't know, probably saying that attorney's an idiot that we're talking to, but also saying things, if you make this motion, I'll second it. And other members of the council didn't know that was going on between 2 people. So again, there's a whole slew of issues that can creep into public meetings in the digital world that the act doesn't really talk about, but the courts have dealt with, and they found it as being a violation. So you got to be careful with that, and you might want to think about that policy-wise as to basically allowing access for members during meetings to essentially the potential text messages or emails. You guys look, you're too busy to look at any of those anyhow, but the reality is that does come up and has come up elsewhere. And I think Chet said there was an example of it involving what, Charlevoix, you said?
Yeah, Charlevoix County, 2 commissioners were texting during a meeting. Someone in the audience noticed that, filed a FOIA, and also included the prosecutor. The prosecutor claimed it was privileged information because the prosecutor was involved. The courts ruled, and their private text messages came forward. There were actually, it was very embarrassing. They were making fun of a fellow commissioner, the way they were dressing and talking and so forth, but all those text messages became public. Patricia?
Just a question for Mr. Stoker. Since we have a fair number of committees and a number of commissioners that may not be on those committees, but do like to sit in and listen. If you're listening, if you're a fourth commissioner in a meeting as a member of the public, not participating, but just listening, that doesn't count as a meeting, or does it?
That's literally one of the Leelanau cases on West deliberations. Is literally on that. You had a commissioner show up. I think it was a planning commission meeting. You had 2 commissioners in on it, and I think they only had a 5-member board at the time. You had 2 show up, and the third one showed up in the audience and participated only in the context of a member of the public. So if you only speak as member of the public and you get no more rights than a member of the public, it's probably okay per the courts. But, and you certainly could sit and listen, but you can't have any discourse. You can't have any discussion other than what the public could. So if the public gets 3 minutes, I guess a commissioner could throw in 3 minutes. But again, you're sort of walking on thin ice, even doing that for seeing someone trying to sue. I think the courts, literally involving a case from your county, would support that. But I'd be cautious if you were in that position.
It wasn't this county. A commissioner was not on a committee, but wanted to make comments throughout the meeting, even though he was not on the committee. And there was a court case, and the county lost that he did not have that right. The public's right to sit in. You can sit in the audience, but you have to act the same way as anybody else in the public. You can't demand rights to interact or make comments other than public comment like everybody else.
If there's 2 members on the committee, but 2 other people just want to sit and listen, you can do that.
The numbers don't matter, because if you're appointing a committee, only 2 people, you still are making a recommendation, whether it's 2 or 3 or 4.
I was asking more if you could just sit in and listen
And
and not say anything. And I think the answer is yes, you can. But
And actually, in your example where you had the 4th member show up, that actually having 4 members show up would potentially convert it to a meeting of the full board rather than a committee. So that also becomes a problem.
Thank you. Remember when they had that open forum with the townships about broadband? I asked, you were invited, but I asked you not to sit up front, you have to sit in the audience just like everybody else for that reason, to avoid those type of problems.
Thank you, Mr. Stoker.
If there's any questions at the summary, give them the chat and we'll be sure to get back with you, or let us know directly. We're here to help you. So.
Well, thank you for giving up your morning to us. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay then. I know.
Are we done now with action item 3?
Well, not quite. Then I think, well, I guess how do you go forward? And you didn't talk about the executive assistant. That's a little separate. There are no legal challenges which you wish to do that. But in your 2022 budget, you put money in there for a stipend for her efforts with the Park Service. And the committee recommended we go forward with a $2,000 stipend on that. And if we'll deal with that, if we'll look at, I guess the next question is, are you gonna, you've been having dialogue about study, about special meeting about that, how you wish, I guess the question is how you wish to go forward.
When?
I support moving on that recommendation, but I also support setting a meeting right now to deal with, to begin the salary study. We need to do that.
I hear one recommendation, salary study. I heard another committee that holds for discussion. Are we talking about a salary study, or are we talking about a meeting of the Board of Commissioners to further discuss? Melinda?
Well, I was just gonna say, I am not in favor of a full-blown salary study because I think overall, there's just a couple of things we have to tweak, but I think that overall, our employees are very well paid up here considering salary package, the salary, the benefit package, et cetera. And I just feel that way. I feel if we go to a salary study, it's just gonna be, it can just be blown up. And, you know, some may be overcompensated and they're not gonna like the idea of the consideration of them being, you know, anything lower. I just wanna see us try to avoid anything like that. So, but I have a question, because we have two issues kind of on the table right now, and that's if we put in the budget, the stipend for the assistants with the Parks and Recreation, do we need an actual motion for her to begin to receive that compensation, or is it budgeted and she can receive it?
Well, I certainly would not have authorized a check without your approval. And what it is for, you can do it retroactively for work done, and she's been doing it for a couple of years, so there's no issues there. So the question, if you wish, you did put in your budget, I believe 3,800, but I recommended originally in March, I believe, 2,000 stipend. If you wish, at that time, you wanted to hold off until we had this discussion here. So that's why it's back on, and the committee, when we met, did recommend that she could give it that 2,000 in recognition for work accomplished in the past.
Anybody have a motion on that?
Well, so I would make a motion that we begin compensating the, what is her position?
Executive assistant.
Executive assistant, thank you. Executive assistant for her management of Parks and Recreation as budgeted.
Okay. Discussion? Tricia?
I'm not going to vote for this. For the same reason I haven't been voting for the others. I think Ms. Evans does a marvelous job, and I realize that there was overtime involved for that. However, again, if her position is warranting more, let's pay her more on a salary basis, not give an award. I think it just points out to there are discrepancies, and we are doing this piecemeal, and that's just not the way to do things.
Any other discussion?
Only one comment. I'm not recommending you change her salary. This is in, and we have done this in the past. I don't really like to do it that way, but it does recognize the added workload of handling that department. So it's a, Parks and Rec is basically another department. We have our entire own budget. It is a workload. It is something to juggle. So doing it by stipend, it's not adjusting for salary.
And as you remember, before she got involved, you were constantly being frustrated because the Parks and Rec kept coming up with recommendations without going through the process of bids and so forth. And so I think since she's been involved, you haven't had to deal with any of that the last couple of years. But it is a temporary thing, because one of the things I think you should look at when you hire new administrators, what you want to do with that position. And and Mr. Polka talked about the facilities management as part of your goals too. So you can address it long-term through one of those two positions, or you can continue to, but this is for past work things done. This is in recognition of her efforts last couple of years.
There's a motion on the table to pay $2,000 stipend for the administrative assistant. Yeah.
Chad, this management that she's providing for Parks and Rec is outside her job description? Okay, so what we really need is either somebody to fill that position.
It goes back to what we talked about last year. We need to come up with a plan for super. This is the only, and it's a large budget, a large department that has no administrative oversight to it. So she kind of filled the void because, well, I think you were probably the most vocal about your frustrations with them coming up with all these surprises
Oh, yeah.
and not on the bid process and so forth. Since she's been involved, we haven't had any of that. But it goes back to, well, one of your goals is to explore the possibility of a facilities management or facilities manager position. Director, if you did that, I would think you'd want that person to be overseeing that. Or if you restructure the administrator, I think you'd want maybe that person, somebody has to oversee it, and you need a long-term plan.
Well, I will support this today for her past work. But I do agree that we do need to take a look at how we're gonna move forward with providing the services that need to be here and how we're gonna manage all that.
I think it's a much bigger discussion. I agree with Mr. Rushton. We need to come up with a long-term plan. And because you've heard before, we have 3 people now. We had 3 people in the Leelanau courthouse. We had this very complex building. We had the sheriff's complex. We had a dam. We had a very complicated septic sewer system. And we had it Veronica Valley, and we still have 3 people.
Okay, we have a motion on the table. Would you read the motion? Michelle.
I think Commissioner Lautner probably should be stated.
I recommend to the Board of Commissioners that our administrative assistant be compensated for administration of Parks and Recreation as budgeted in the amount of $2,000.
Up $2,000. And there was a second. All those in support?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Before we move on, then I would think that I heard from many that we'd like a meeting of this group to look at other salary issues, not a full-blown study maybe, but at least a review of the salaries and decide where we're going. And I would entertain a motion on it.
I'd like a salary study.
Yeah, I think so too. I have no idea.
Otherwise, it's just us batting around numbers again.
Yeah.
I can appreciate that consideration. However, I think that we've got an excellent administrator here that can do some study work for us, as opposed to spending money to go out and collect information. He's got a lot of resources. Our HR department can look into that as well. I do believe that it would be prudent, maybe to look at this just about budget time, which we're almost there. So I'm okay with that around budget time.
Judge, do you have a recommendation on discussion or salary?
Well, I can just tell you because I've been through salary studies. It's, first of all, I would assume you want to go out for bids for a consultant. So that's going to take some time, and the consultant will know exactly what you want the study to be. So you're going to have to spend some time defining. I could probably get samples of what other counties have done. We don't have to start from scratch. But it's going to be above the $5,000 amount. I know that. So you would have to go out for bids. I assume I'm going for bids. I don't think we'll wait, because I don't know of any professionals locally that do this. I'm sure there may be some, but anyone coming into a salary study says, okay, what do you want to do and what level of scope? Because salary studies can mean a broad spectrum. It could be simply them providing what other counties are paying for those positions, or it could be a very in-depth saying, these are the duties and these are the compensation for those duties, because every county is structured differently. So it's hard to just compare duties, because we found out the clerk in Leelanau County's duties are much different than other county clerks, because of extra duties and responsibility. So if we just did, remember a couple of years ago, we called up, and we got just straight salaries from positions, but we started looking, well, you're not comparing apples to apples, because every county has different structures, every county has different people that do different things. So if you want to do a study, it's going to be at least till the summer before you even pick a consultant. And that person coming in you're probably not gonna get, you'd be hard pressed to get it done at taking time to get into the budget process, because really, as you know, you kind of wrap up the budget in September. So by the time you decide what you want in the study, what kind of study you want, go out for bids, approve a contract, have that team or person starting, it's not a short process. If you want to do a full study, if you want just comparisons, that's a different thing. The Council of Governments or MAC, we could come up with, if you just want salaries, what different positions are paying, that's one thing, but the job descriptions are so critical on what they're doing.
Yeah.
So I guess it's what you like to do.
I'm sure we'll be back at this. We've kept the sheriff away from his lunch at 11. The sheriff's on the agenda. Item 4, Sheriff's Office, potential jail
Are we
inmate.
gonna set a date to?
You can do it anytime.
So this is gonna be, I assume this is gonna be back on Tuesday night.
Welcome, Sheriff. Thank you for waiting.
Thank you.
It's
Sorry.
been a long morning.
You have a difficult job. I totally appreciate that.
Oh.
Commissioner Bailey, welcome to the board. And Commissioner Wessel, congratulations. Real quick, do you want me to go through the items or you just want to throw them up real quick? How do you want to do it?
We've all read them, so.
Okay.
Maybe summarize and we'll ask questions if we have.
Okay, which one in particular?
We'll start with the Kalkaska County.
Okay, Kalkaska County had 3 deputies quit a couple weeks ago. They have extremely low pay, upper teens, make more at Chick-fil-A, McDonald's and Culver. So 3 deputies walked out. Sheriff was in a panic call. They had 35 inmates they need to have housed. Some are sentenced, some are not sentenced yet. Some are sentenced to go to prison, so they're waiting. Check with the jail administrator, Todd Roche. They want to know if we can take all 35. We give Grand Traverse County a reduced rate of $30 because we do so much back and forth with them. We have a cooperative agreement. It's good income for us. They can't afford to build a new jail. However, it taxes our deputies a lot because a lot of times that will be, there's problems that come with that. So in the Kalkaska situation, Lieutenant Roush thought that 20 would probably be a max. We set up a agreement, checked with Cole Stoker and get it approved. So basically, we would house up to 20 inmates for $30 a day for those sentenced and $35 a day for those unsentenced. So kind of similar to Grand Traverse, a little bit of a hybrid. So that said, looking for your approval to approve that contract with Kalkaska County.
Yes.
I would move to recommend that the County Board of Commissioners approve the inmate boarding contract with Kalkaska County, pending final approval by corporate counsel and authorize the board chair to sign same.
Support.
Discussion, yes. Melinda?
A quick question. So, we have the same amount of staff whether we have 1 or 70.
Correct.
So why wouldn't we take more inmates then?
Because sometimes if you take too many, you start stressing your people. We were notified, we lost 3 to the state police in the last year. These are corrections deputies, went to state police, 1 went to motor carrier, 2 went to be troopers. And we have 1 we lost to Consumers Power. State police, basically $35 to $38 an hour. We're paying around 25. The guy who went to Consumers, again, paying around 25 here. He started at 37 after he completes his pole climbing course. He goes up to 45 or 48. So we're losing them to money. And the reason is we are short staffed. We've had to force some people overtime. You probably don't know it, but we had 3 people off last week with COVID, even though all they basically had was, sniffles or whatever. By our policy, we have to have them off 5 to 7 days. They've got to have a clearance period. So by the time they come back, the people who've been forced into working overtime, remember, they already work 12s. So they're being forced into 18-hour days. And there becomes that hump there where you will start making mistakes or having accidents. So Lieutenant Roush is extremely wary of that. And we're trying to be cognizant of that so we don't have mistakes or accidents here. So that said, we thought 20 was a reasonable limit, even though we could make more money. Theoretically, we have the same number of people, you're kind of stretching it. I like the 10 years I've been sheriff, I like us when we're in a range of 20
to 35, somewhere in there. We were averaging 28, 29. This winter, we got down to 6 at one point. Judges aren't sentencing people to jail. And we have a guy in jail right now who's had 9 prior driving while license suspended. He's had 7 operate while impaired or drunk or OUID convictions. And he drove through a building at the Bingham Boat Launch. I was first on the scene and he was fleeing the scene of the accident. Someone came, picked him up. I recognized him and questioned him, but basically his car went through a building. I have pictures on my phone. It's amazing. He's in the jail now. Now remember, 9 times caught driving suspended, 7 times convicted of impaired or drunk driving. And we have another one in there with 9 OUI convictions right now. So why I'm saying that, there's a lot of tension and stress on our deputies working the jail. These aren't like a lot of times upstanding citizens. And if we increase too many, my understanding is there's a pretty big bunch of females coming with this group. And there are a lot more problems than the males are in general to take care of an inmate population. So
Now
I
that,
understand, Paula, you didn't get.
thank you. All right, thank you.
I do have a question for you, Sheriff. In this contract, do you have some flexibility on the number?
Yes.
So you can either go up or you
Yes.
can go down?
If
So
it's
you
not
can-
working, we just say we got to tone it down a little bit. If we say it's working smooth, make lower income and do that.
Pick
Yes.
another person or whatever. Okay.
I believe that, right?
Tentatively today it'd be 9, but they have court tomorrow. They could go to 17.
They also have a boarding contract with Wexford County that they've had in place for some time, so they're obviously trying to fulfill that obligation along with us.
Wexford has limited
You're
space.
just
That's why
working
they
together.
reached out to us.
Right, thank you. Any other questions? Motion on the floor, all those in-
I guess one more, just quick question. If we're gonna limit this to 10 to 20, what if you decide you want to take 22 or 24 for some reason? They're easy. Yeah.
There's no provision in the actual contract for a number.
Okay.
We just threw out 10 to 20 because that was our discussion
Leave it
with
up
our
to you,
undersheriff.
that's fine.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I will say this, sheriffs all over the state, we just had a sheriff association meeting, they're just being killed on their pay wages. Just people are making a lot more money doing other things. And people aren't like driven to go in law enforcement anymore. They're looking at it. I believe yesterday's report came out, there's 61% of police officers nationwide who are polled said they'd leave for another agency if they paid more. And that's not the way it used to be. You know, you appreciate your job, you appreciate your benefits. And it's getting now where people are struggling with the cost of fuel and, wages are staying somewhat stagnant, inflation's going up. So that's something, when you do your wage study, I think it's a great idea to do a wage study and to really seriously look at, where you're at, what you're doing, make some decisions ahead. All right.
All those in support of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I would move to recommend that the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners approve the acceptance of the Marine Safety Program grant, federal funding grant from the state of Michigan in the amount of $32,100 in support of the 2022 Marine Safety Program at the Sheriff's Office. We also authorize board chair to sign the attached agreement for its submission back to the state.
Support.
So I have a question.
I have a correction.
Okay,
because
correction.
Technically, last year it was 32,100. This year it's 30,100. So your motion would need to be amended.
Could you amend my motion to reflect 30,100?
I had a typo there.
And that was gonna be my question. This grant continually is going down every
Yes.
year.
Yes.
These grants theoretically from DNR and the feds go by boat registration fees. So the more boats are sold, the more boats that are registered, the more funding there is for the state DNRs as well as the sheriffs. The thing is now, people aren't buying the 30-foot Four Winds Liberators, they're buying kayaks and canoes, and they're not required to register them. But guess who we spend all our time rescuing and taking bodies out of the water from are kayaks and canoes. So I think the state and the feds are gonna have to relook at that because we're getting killed at the county levels, as you know, just like our burn grant for TNT, it's basically gone away. And that provides us, all our safety against fentanyl and heroin and all the opioid abuse that's out there.
Is there a second on that motion?
Yes, I did.
Any other questions or discussion? All those in support, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same, 7-0. Next, proposed contract amendment.
Basically, Canteen Services notified Lieutenant Roush that due to the cost of transportation, food price increases, everything else, that they're gonna ask that they raise the per meal cost for inmates 14 cents a day, which we looked at, kind of studied, looked at other things.
14 cents a meal.
I'm sorry, 14 cents a meal. So it's very minimal, and we want to feed them as high quality food as we can. And we feel that it's understandable that they'd ask to raise it that much. 6 months from now, I believe they said they would relook at it. Is that correct? They'd relook at it, and if transportation and food costs are down, then they would lower it back. But they're seeking 14 cents per meal increase. We think it's reasonable.
Motion to recommend the Board of Commissioners approve the 14 cents per meal increase for inmate food service with Chase Canteen. Authorize the sheriff to sign the acceptance letter.
Any questions?
Let me just play the bad cop here, and nothing against Canteen or anything. We had 3 vendors last week contact us. They all want us to pay more. We have contracts with these people that have specific clauses on when these rates are good for. And there's a perception out there, because we're county government, we can pay more. One request last week, I won't mention the company, wanted $10,000 more because prices went up. And I said, well, I'm sorry, you signed a contract. You should have bid out properly. This was a recent contract. And this is a small amount. And I actually talked to this gentleman, and I didn't want Todd to be caught in the middle here. So I let Todd be the good cop. I was a bad cop. And I said, well, I'm sorry, but we're in the contract. It's quickly states the amount is fixed until a certain period. Everyone's costs are going up. Our cost for gas is going up for their vehicles. We're not going to go back to the gas station and say, can you lower the cost because we budgeted? So I'm not saying it's not worthwhile, but in 3 days last week, 3 different companies called us wanting us to change the terms of the contract. And I just think, nothing against food service. The gentleman was very understanding. He agreed with me that legally we don't have to do this. I mean, I don't want to get involved with this contract, but I see a pattern here last week. And this is a small amount, but from 14 cents up to $10,000, people want to adjust the terms of the contract after they sign a legal binding contract. And at some point, I think there's a perception out there that governments have money, so therefore we're just going to ask for more.
So with that, when was this contract signed?
February of 2020.
Actually, in the 6-month window, when they want to relook at it, I think opens the window for the next negotiation, if I'm not mistaken.
Right, there is a clause in here that after 36 months, they can renegotiate the per meal price. So just a little bit, I brought this forward only it was very last minute, in talking to Chet. I wrote my motion the way it did only because I don't think I've ever written a motion to tell you to not approve something. So it was more to bring it to you to let you decide. If you feel that that's something we want to do, then great. That may put a little bit of a strain on our food budget, may put it over budget. I don't know. It's hard to predict because it's a sliding scale. We pay a certain amount for this amount of meals. If we have a lot more inmates, we pay less per meal. With our boarders that we're taking in, obviously the $30 to $35 a day helps offset some of that cost. So this was more brought ahead to let you guys make that decision. If you choose not to, then we'll just move forward. Like Chet said with this conversation, we don't have to approve this.
It's not a recommendation, it's a.
Correct. Yes.
My question was, and I think it kind of got answered, there isn't a termination clause in the contract that if they can terminate within notice of 30 days with some reason?
I think there is, but in this case, this is an ask. Will you please raise, 14 cents? No.
No, the gentleman's very professional when I called him. And he says he understands where I was coming from. And I said, my job is to look out on behalf of the county board. And I don't want to interfere with the office of sheriff, but my concern is when 3 vendors call in 3 days asking to change the terms of contracts in their favor, when legally we have signing contracts, there's an issue there.
Yeah, I just raised the question because I know April has just the opposite where people did terminate because of increased costs. So I just wanted to be sure.
My quick calculation is around $4,000 difference for the entire year. We're already into May. So budget wise, you're okay in your budget too?
I think it will be close. Again, it depends on, when it's all about numbers. My food, if we take in these borders, my budgeted food line may be well over what I budgeted because we have more inmates. Conversely, we're taking in $30 to $35 a day to pay for those meals, so it's kind of a balance.
Any other conversation?
I just want to make one comment. I made. You know, when you're looking at feeding, the company could, if we don't pony up the money, we might say, they can cut back on quantity and we would never know that, which is really kind of a disservice to the people who are.
My concern is the inmates. And this is the definition of a conundrum, because as Chet said, you have contracts and you win, lose some contracts. In general, we're all losing. Gas hit the all-time historical high yesterday at $4.37 a gallon nationwide. Somebody's gonna pay that price sooner or later, and it's hitting us right now today, but this is a conundrum. We feel that 14 cents is not outrageous, not like they raise $1.50 a meal. My primary concern, I know these two would feel the same way. We're not gonna short the inmates food or order half orders or, have meat Doritos instead of potatoes. We just don't wanna go that direction. So but it is up to you. We understand both directions.
Are you still planting over there with your inmates or is that?
Haven't yet, but that is in the
Within the month, probably.
Oh, sure.
Yes, there will be a garden this year, yes.
Yeah, no, I think that's been very helpful because we do offer fresh and it subsidizes.
We talked to them about BLTs, you raise your own tomatoes, your own lettuce, you have carrots with it or whatever, salad, you grew it. Kind of the reap and sow concept.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. All those in support?
Aye.
Opposed?
Okay, well,
I want to make a comment though. I appreciate your honesty on presenting that recommendation, but I'd like motions to be recommendations. If you really don't care, you
okay,
ought to know that too.
okay, all right, that's very well said.
Right. I just,
Never written one in the negative.
yeah, never written. Please don't do this.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Here for the law enforcement center, Lord.
Oh, that's Jerry's, but
yeah,
Jerry's wasn't done.
it's not here.
Well, I can start, Jerry can finish. We went out for bids for carpeting. I went and looked at the carpeting. It's in rough shape. We go through the bid process.
There it is.
And there was a recommendation from Mr. Coleman. You're up.
And Jerry, we have read your packet.
Nice of you to join us.
Give us
Thank
a
you
summary.
for joining us.
I brought my carpet with me.
Good afternoon.
So basically, the carpet is the original carpet. It's in rough shape. I actually was surprised when I went and looked at it. We did go through the bid process. We vetted all bidders and the contractors and made a
Correct.
recommendation that's in your package.
Correct. I checked on both things, carpet and this flooring, which is replace that, well, TC Break and Alignment uses it, they put it in. And Red Ginger and two restaurants did not get back with me. Of course, they're not open until 4 o'clock. But these type of panels, longevity and the amount of traffic, foot traffic coming and going with the road patrol. This is, you saw the pictures. That runner carpet's been there for a number of years because underneath that runner carpet is, the pictures don't do justice to what you actually see because it really looks really nice in the picture. Some of the stuff looks really fine, but it's war, and in the rooms, the office, sergeant's office and the squad room, it's really bad. And it's been since 05, 04, 05 since it's been in. We've never replaced it. And this will be, they have panels that are like 2 by 5, but it's like trying to lay carpet. They said these panels are much easier to lay. We would have to, maintenance will clear the rooms and then they will come in and strip out the carpet, prep the floor, whatnot. And we'll have a dumpster out back for them to put their material in, save. It's cheaper for us to go that route than for them to get a dumpster, and then we get, cost increase on that. But my recommendation, if you want to, would be to go with floor covering brokers. They were much cheaper than my other bid. So I had a $30,000 bid from, what's that? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm ready to support
Yeah,
it.
they don't.
Okay,
I move to recommend that the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners approves of awarding the bid for the removal of carpet and installation of projectile tile in the LEC to floor covering brokers of Traverse City in an amount not to exceed $20,078. Funds to come from 470-000-000-097-000.
Support.
Jen, can you tell us what fund that is?
Great question.
Before we have questions, let's get a support for the motion.
I've heard support.
Okay, we have a motion on the table. Yes, question.
Yes, the fund that this is the capital improvements fund. Chet will want to check with Darcy. This is a cash basis account. I do not know if you have 20,000 in there to spend. I believe before I moved back that everything that was in there was already allocated for all your furniture and your heat pumps that remained. So if that's the case, you'll need a budget amendment to come from the general fund to cover the flooring. And I'm sure Chet can have that answer
We
for you
can
Tuesday
resolve by
night.
next Friday, or next Tuesday.
Okay.
Now I'm ready for my question that you called on me for. Thank you. Jerry, you always do thorough analysis and I appreciate that. I just had a couple of questions. I noticed the warranty was 10 years.
Correct.
On this, and the carpeting went in 204, 205, I can't remember which, so it's almost 20 years. And you said it started to break down before that point.
past 4 or 5 years, it's got worse.
So you've got maybe 15 years out of it.
Correct.
And the procedure for cleaning seemed to be quite involved in terms of, I was reading through, thinking, going, I don't have to do that. So I don't know what that's gonna do in terms of custodial fees and care on it. And then I noticed it. The nice thing is it does have a cushion, which will have some shock, sound absorbent material, not as much as carpet, but it will have some. But it also, being vinyl, it will have a bit of an odor. And vinyl does tend to kill off some chemicals under certain conditions, so I'm sure you've looked into all of that.
Right, correct. We've had good luck with the rubber flooring that we put in the back in the jails in some of the rooms. And so this is much more rigid than that. And cleaning wise, compared to pushing a vacuum and compared to sweeping and then mopping, the time
Comparable.
it's comparable, but this would be a lot quicker and cleaner.
Good.
Then the carpet absorbs everything, of course, as we all know, whatever we bring in from off the street. Sucking in, we don't know.
Well, thank you. I knew you had looked at all these factors,
Yes.
so.
Long time, thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, I also noticed with the rug, and I know you have said before, you've been having a lot of trouble with that carpeting over there, so we were expecting this. So somehow we will find the money to do this, but I know your rug is also a tripping hazard. So that's another, for safety alone, we gotta get those.
Especially the
rugs.
runner rug
Yeah.
and the joints that have separated, we can run into,
Yeah,
issues.
I see waves in this one. So that's not good.
I just have a question about the tile. It looks like it's pretty flexible.
It is, so.
Is it got a hard surface
The surface you're looking at is,
or is it just all rubber? Oh, I see. Okay. All right.
these are down, glue down.
Yep.
So
Oh, my God.
And so if one is damaged, you can renew.
that's the other
remove
thing,
one and-
correct,
Yeah, right.
correct.
Yeah, I was surprised your seams failed so poorly and it
Well-
looked like maybe they didn't glue it well.
So,
when they
well, it's
installed
the
it.
separation and the constant foot traffic. Those guys are in and out, around the clock. So carpet held up quite well up until the past 5 years.
Yeah.
It's starting to show.
The other question I have is, one thing I do notice when you buy something like this, and you go back and you try to get that same product because you've got a problem with your floor,
Mhm.
and you want to replace tiles,
Right.
you can't get the same thing, or you can't match. So my question to you is, Have you over ordered on the tile?
That's something that I'm looking into. First, do the initial see where you folks want to go first, and I can have that as backup, get some sections for backup once I find out what the individual cost. And we'll have, just like a tile, just like square tiles, I mean, you have a few cases of those downstairs. But
I can tell you, if you don't do that, you're gonna be sorry, because you're gonna be replacing
Jerry,
the
could
whole
you look
floor.
at it before next Tuesday and give us a quote for additional tiles? Make
Sure.
one packet and have it in storage as suggested.
Yeah,
Okay.
Otherwise, you're not gonna have it.
No,
Just like roofing. You
and
roof your house,
Yep.
you're gonna buy some extra tiles if a tree falls on or something, because you won't get the match.
Well,
just like
because
our
they are
carpeting,
squares in certain colors, you might be able to change the color or, do some sort of a pattern, but
rainbow.
Yeah.
Thank you. Motion on the table, all those in support?
Aye.
Opposed?
Thank you.
Jerry.
See you, the Leland Dam item. I think that'll be coming. Thank you very much.
It's,
Want to take a 5-minute break?
Are we gonna get lunch?
I don't know how many other presentations you have, but those people have been waiting there since 10:30 with lunch. It formally started 11. And they're all volunteers, so if you can squeeze a lunch in. You guys have presentations?
You could take a break. and come
Okay,
back.
whatever you decide, you're all
Are
welcome.
they still there?
Yeah, they still are there.
What's your wish?
Thank you.
You got half hour?
Mute.
For a half hour.
Okay, then I'm, 45 minutes.
Please mute.
The question is from Patricia.
Yeah,
Well, it's over water.
oh, yeah. I didn't mind that.
Good afternoon. We are back at our agenda. Thank you, Sheriff and Sheriff's Department and the church for a wonderful lunch. We're at item 6, monumentation, pre-monumentation. Hey, Trudy.
Hi. So I think this should be pretty quick. This is a remonumentation grant with the state, which we have done for many years. It's now run through my office. So I've given you a copy of the agreement. This year it's for $34,850. And if you approve accepting it, it does have to be signed online. So what I will do is send the link to the chairman to go on and get the signature once we get to that point. And then after that, I'll be bringing back to you, hopefully next month, the contracts for all the surveyors as we do each year so that they can get going on their work.
I would recommend to the Board of Commissioners to approve the 2022 remonumentation grant in the amount of $34,850 and to authorize online signature and submittal of the grant.
Support.
Any discussion?
How many more years do we have with this, Trudy?
Question. The last proposal we put in, I think we're under 10 years now. It all depends on the funding and how many corners can be done each year. But that's approximately what we're projected out.
So how close are we being to being completed?
Well, once that would be under 10 years. I want to say it's about 7 years. I'll send you an email on that. I'm not positive. I'll look that up. But once we're done with that, we go into what's called maintenance mode.
Yeah.
So you still have these agreements, but it's less money and it's rechecking the corners to make sure everything's stable.
And do the same people check the corners that we hire?
If that's who we contract with.
Okay. Thanks.
So how do you divide up the county and decide where's the critical spot? So you're probably working at one segment at a time, right? Not chasing all over?
Vicki Brown has been our representative and has overseen that for many years. So she's the one that is determining where those corners are that we select next. And then we submit those with the grant. So you cannot deviate from those corners without an explanation to the state of why you didn't do the corners you said you were going to do.
Any other questions? All those in support of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you, Trudy. And Trudy, I remember a few years ago when we were struggling with how does this get done, and you stepped up and said, I'll do it. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
We're now to senior services, 2 different contracts. April.
Good afternoon. Yes. It is. So we had some unexpected news. I received a notification informally, I would say late March, from Kristen Harrison, who oversees Munson Home Health Private Duty, that they were going to be discontinuing their in-home services for the private duty section, and as of May 31st would be their last day of providing services. We currently have 27 seniors that receive in-home services through Munson Private Duty, and then we also have a secondary contract with Comfort Keepers, and they provide services for our seniors as well. So I was a little taken aback, to be honest. I never thought that Munson would come and share this kind of news. We've been watching for years, and could anticipate that there would be some changes in home health care as our community continues to age, and we started seeing shortage of caregivers a couple years ago. The pandemic was kind of a starting point for that. And so That's just continued on, and there's been a number of home health agencies that have closed down. But like I said, I was not anticipating Munson saying that. So their response was that they have a shortage of caregivers, and they felt like they were competing, the hospital is competing with them for those same aides, whether to be in the hospital or in the home. And then with the recent increase in gas prices, that really just kind of was a tipping point for them, that they didn't have enough caregivers to provide the service. So Munson had elected to discontinue those private duty services. So upon that, I reached out to Comfort Keepers to see if they would be able to take on those 27 clients from that Munson was currently providing services for. They took some time to look to see if that was feasible, and they finally did come back and say that they were able to do that. When you're looking at 27 seniors that need service, I mean, that's a large number of people to provide all at one time to take on for an agency. There was only one at the moment at that time that I thought that would be able to even handle that besides Comfort Keepers. I did reach out to them, and they were not able to do anything really for Leelanau. They said they might be able to do a little bit here and there, but they were also taking on a large number of clientele from Munson in the southern area, in the Cadillac area. When I spoke to the representative of that organization, they had mentioned another organization that was roughly the same size, but it was the same situation, that they knew that they would not be able to provide services in Leelanau County. It would just be a trickle here and there. And that is what we're finding. And Leelanau County is very hard because of how the geographical range of the distance, and with caregivers having to use their own vehicles and the cost of gas, it's cumbersome. So we moved forward in discussions with Comfort Keepers regarding a contract and taking on those additional clients. It was contract negotiation and discussion as to whether or not we should discontinue the current contract we had, or whether we would discontinue our current contract that we have and restart a new contract. So when they did their due diligence and looking to see if they could take on the clientele, they also looked at, because they're struggling with the same issues that all home health care agencies are in finding people and retaining them. And so looking at the increased cost for having those caregivers. So currently the rate that we've been paying is a much lower rate than if you were to call off the street and request services. And so part of the negotiation is that they would want us to pay that rate that anybody would get calling off the street. So that is what we negotiated. I worked with legal counsel and sought their advice as to how to proceed with the contracts. They recommended drawing up an amendment to discontinue our current contract as of May 31st, and then to establish a new contract beginning June 1st with new rates, and that contract would be for 1 year to evaluate how it's working at that point. So I'm bringing before you today. I wanted to give you some reference. There is, because of the increase in costs, I handed this out. You should all have it, but I just wanted to give you some idea of where we are budget-wise with our in-home services. So projected expenses for 2022. So the expenses we've endured for services for the first 5 months here was approximately $103,000. With the increased cost with the rates of Comfort Keepers going for the remaining 7 months, there'll be an additional cost of $204,000 approximately. And these are all projections. We looked at what we currently have, our current caseload. We have 66 seniors in total that are receiving in-home services. And we looked at what they're currently receiving and estimated what projected what that cost would be for the remainder of the year. Recognizing that could change, things change on an everyday basis, an influx of people coming in or people leaving. So, yeah.
I'm just wanting to be sure I'm following what you on this sheet. The 5 months is what has already been paid to Jen Flowers, Comfort Keepers, for that service. And then the 7 months, which is what will be paid going forward.
Correct. Yep, yep. And so at the bottom there, the projected expense for 2022 with those two would be 307,000. I budgeted for 2022, 275, approximately 275,000 for this year. So we would be slightly over our budgeted amount, but we have money. I mean, it's within our budget. I have the money to cover that. I'm just saying what I had anticipated, it's going to be over that. And I just wanted, I put down there for reference that we also, Comfort Keepers also provides transportation services, and I budgeted 14,000. We were for the entire year. We've spent approximately $6,000 so far this year. And then foot care, we have a foot care program where we sell vouchers. So the total amount that I budgeted for the year was $45,000, but with a revenue of 27,000 with people purchasing those vouchers. Comfort Keepers currently provides a foot care clinic for us. So if we're looking at the increased cost of what they're asking and what we had budgeted, there's a possibility that we could pay approximately $2,800 more than what we anticipated, but that is still within our budget to be able to pay for that. Is there any questions on that? I know it's a lot of information all at one time. Yes.
The only question I have is the homemaking increase. Why is that so much greater than everything else?
We have a larger number of people who are receiving homemaking services.
Okay.
Yep. So,
Okay.
yep. Yeah.
That was, I'm just looking at the amounts for 5 months. So 5 months, how many people, let's just take medication management from Comfort Keepers. So that's $1,854 a month, but how many people was it serving?
I don't have that exact number. I did not break it down that far as far as that. I'd be happy to do that.
Okay, let me ask you the question a different way.
Sure.
That jumped hugely.
Yes, because
5,000 something, but
right.
since 27 people were being managed before by somebody.
So if you look on the second page of this, it'll show the increase in costs and why there's a significant increase in the medication management. Currently, we pay $73.09 per hour for an RN to provide that service. The increase rate would be $150 an hour for an RN to provide medication management services. Yep. And that is what the going rate is. Yes. Yeah. Because that was something I asked the other provider as well. Can you tell me? And their rates are the same. Yep.
Thanks.
Yeah. Yep.
Any other questions?
No, I'm ready to make a motion.
Why such a discrepancy in cost 7309 to 150? Excuse me. And were we using a nurse prior?
Yes, we were. That was a rate that had been negotiated. Historically, we were at a lower rate to begin with. And then we had negotiated a 3% increase each year, but that increase was not following what the trend of what the going rate was for the agencies. So
what is the rate?
$150 an hour.
No, I mean, what is the rate increase, percentage rate?
I don't have the percentage. I didn't do that math, but
you said we had a contract and the contract said it increased 3% every year.
Correct. So the 7309 was a 3% increase from the previous year. So every year we had a contract for 3 years with Comfort Keepers, and
so it would have been raised another 3% this year.
Correct.
Okay.
But this doubles.
Correct.
Yeah, it doubles.
Yep.
More than doubles.
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
So here's my question. Did you look at hiring someone else other than through Comfort Keepers to provide the service?
I looked at other agencies. Other agencies were not able to take on Leelanau clientele.
What about a private nurse?
That's a whole other ballgame as far as like we have to have the liability for a home health agency, and it's having somebody supervise that person. And so the cost would be, it would actually be a lot more than when you weighed everything out. And I think that's partially why I would say historically, this department has never provided personal care, did not have staff that has ever provided personal care, respite care, and med management. We had homemakers that our department had hired, but that, I think historically, that was the reasoning behind that.
Well, I wasn't necessarily looking to hire that person on. I was looking to contract with an independent nurse or something.
Right.
And
I have one, and I have Jen Flowers who does independent. And she currently is being paid the pay rate of $73.09. But she cannot, she has she's full for this amount of clients that she can take at this time.
Is Janet affiliated through Comfort Keepers?
No,
So
she's
then why are we
independent.
changing with her?
Because she does not have the capability, she can only take so many clients on at one time, and she is booked.
She's booked.
Yes.
Commissioner O'Gara, you had a.
I have one other question, if you don't mind. So she's staying on.
Yes.
Okay, I wasn't clear on that.
Yep, she will continue. Yep.
She's staying on and she's still gonna serve the customers, but is her rate gonna change now because you're gonna pay a different rate?
That would be something that we look at, I would think, for next year in the budget. Yes.
Okay, so you currently have a contract with her?
Correct. Her contract ends at the end of this year.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner O'Gara?
No, I think there was another was there more discussion?
She's gonna make a motion. Just a question of curiosity. Jan Flowers' rate for 7 months went way down. Is she dropping some of the clients? From 17 for 5 months to 8 for the remaining 7 months. I thought maybe she's not able to keep up with the. Is it a typo?
That might be a typo, to be honest, if I'm looking at that. Yep, okay.
I move to recommend that we approve the amendment between LCSS. No, oh, yeah, is that it? And RLK Investments, DBA
Yes.
Comfort Keepers to terminate the existing contract as of May 31st, 2022. Is that the motion?
For the first one, yes.
Okay.
Any second? Any further discussion? All those in support?
Aye.
7-0. It is now 2:05. We, by our rules, we need to agree to continue on with our meeting.
We have to.
Yeah, no,
All okay?
yes.
Next item.
Okay, so the next item would be seeking approval to enter into the contract with Comfort Keepers for the rates, the increased rates that are there stated below. And the contract would begin June 1st, 2022 and go through May 31st, 2023.
Couple questions for you.
Mhm.
You made the comment earlier that the fees that they quoted here, the new fees, would be the same as somebody off the street.
So if you were to call Comfort Keepers and say, I'm in need of some in-home services for a loved one or, neighbor, that's the rate that they would give you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I find it interesting that they don't take into consideration the amount of work that they're getting from us and do not allow us somewhat of a discount to keep their staff busy.
I think they don't have enough staff, so it's not, I don't think that comment's a fair comment, like to keep them busy. I don't think there's a high need to keep, I don't know.
We're giving them our business. I'm just wondering if you negotiated anything on this or did you just accept what they told you?
At this point, I'm accepting what they told me because there's nobody else I can go to.
Well, I can see your desperation.
Yeah. And that has a huge impact on the people that are receiving the services currently for them to stay in their home. Yeah.
I just wanted to know if you even, did the research on that. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I did.
Okay, well, it's nice that, you let the board know that you've done that.
I thought I did when I said that I had contacted other companies to talk to them about what their rates were and what their availability was. I guess I thought I was telling you
Missed
that.
it. I can't.
You're muffled.
You're muffled, yeah. So
I'm sorry, I'm
missed it.
getting
I
over
apologize.
being sick, so.
Any further questions? All those in support of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
I don't have a motion.
Yeah, we didn't read this one yet.
read it.
So we just voted on something we didn't make a motion on.
Correct.
Does somebody want to make a motion?
I will.
Okay, Mr. Evans.
I move to recommend to Leelanau County Board of Commissioners Senior Services to enter into a contract with RLK Investments Inc., DBA Comfort Keepers to provide personal care, respite care, homemaking, medication management, foot care, and transportation services to and from medical appointments at the rate listed above, beginning June 1st, 2022 through May 31st, 2023.
Any further questions? All those in support of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now for the register of deeds. Thank you for coming back.
Thanks for having me. Congratulations, Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Bailey.
Thank you.
Okay. My budget last year, I had budgeted to be able to put on a module on our software to be able to search the grantor grantee indexes in our system. I had time to look at it this spring or this winter finally. And the plan was to pull our film and the stuff that was not made digital 7 years ago. We're gonna take it from the film. Looking at the film, it's a 3rd generation copy and we really need to go from the 1st generation copy. So I brought just a couple. This is what the 1st generation copy looks like when they came in and did it in 2015. You can see how clean and clear it is going from the 1st generation. This is what it would look like if we pulled it from the film. So I need to continue the scanning project that we did. Well, that Dorothy did 7 years ago. And use the money that I had budgeted for putting these into the system. Use that money plus just a little bit extra out of the automation fund to continue this project. I checked with all 3 companies that she had got quotes from. 2 of them still do not want to come here to do it on site. I don't want these books to leave. It's they're very valuable. So the quote attached is for this company that was here before. Things went very well. We do have an agreement. Oh, we sent this all to corporate counsel so they can look at it and come up with the agreement. And we haven't gotten that yet, but that shouldn't be be similar to what we did 7 years ago. So I'm looking for approval on that. Yes.
Yes, I would recommend to the Board of Commissioners to waive the bid policy and approve an agreement with US Imaging Inc. to continue scanning project pending corporate counsel review and approval at a cost not to exceed $9,100.17 with funds to come from the Automation Contractual Services Fund ending in 801,000 and the balance to come from the Automation Contingency Fund. Oops. That's really not the right number, is it? 256 6 zeros 891 and 3 more zeros.
I'll get it right.
I will. So, and the purpose is to scan the 1853 to the 1975 index of miscellaneous record books on site. Is that correct?
Yep, I have 10 index books that didn't get 1st generation scanned and the miscellaneous index records books and then the 14 miscellaneous records books that need to be scanned.
If you'll include that with my motion.
Oh, okay. Support.
Any questions or discussion? All those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
On page 112 of the report packet, you have a summary of the Omena Village Preservation Association, the OVPA. They're celebrating 20 years of protecting, preserving, and maintaining beautiful downtown Omena. And several months ago, they approached me and asked if we would acknowledge their association for the 20 years of protecting and preserving. They just received 2 years ago recognition from the National Park Service for their historical significance of their organization and of the town. And they have provided a proclamation supporting their work, and recommend that we approve the resolution in your packet and recognize their service to the Omena community. That would be a motion from the chair.
I'll second that. But then I have a question. So I've never quite understood how there is the Omena Village Preservation Society and the Omena Historical Society.
There are two different nonprofits that together collectively preserve the history and the building structure of the community. They're both nonprofits. They're unincorporated. Before I submitted this to Laurel for the board packet, I talked to them at great length. They are a total volunteer organization that has done a really nice job.
Oh, yeah, I agree. I mean, that's supportive. I just wondered why they didn't merge together and maybe we probably have a lot of common members.
In the little town of Omena, there are 4 organizations. OVPA, Omena Woods, Omena Historical Society, and the Omena Yacht Club. Any questions?
I just have a comment. It was very good read, very interesting, and it's a really nice thing that you're doing. I just kind of thought it maybe strayed a little outside of fact into, got a little mushy, I guess on that, and it's fine. But like your third paragraph to the last, that it, where it talks about, preventing a jet ski company. I get why they did that, and I get that it kind of motivated them, but it was kind of a negative. I guess maybe that's where I'm going with it. It just was kind of because it talked about preventing and keeping them out, but then it talked about the peaceful nature of Omena, so it just got a little icky, but that's just my opinion on it.
This is going to next week's board meeting. If you felt strongly on that, we could consider it.
Yeah.
Any other questions? All those in support of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Thank you very much. Next on the agenda is the tax rate request. Andrew.
I believe you all should have the 4029.
We haven't changed this rate, I don't know, ever. Certainly not by much. So this rate, is it the 3.3580? Is that the same as last year and year before?
So the rate that was set last year was 3.3988, and because of the Headley amendment, it rolls back each
Rolls
year.
back.
So the rollback, so the millage this year as a result of the rollback is 3.3580.
Okay, so is that what you're looking for us to recommend? It'll stay the same, I guess that's my question.
Correct, that's the maximum allowable. So I think the language is attached to the EDS.
So Henry, I'm sorry, you done?
Yes.
I thought Headley was on individual homes, but you're saying that our tax rate's gonna roll back every single year?
Correct, yep,
So it will be 2 point something?
eventually, yeah, it rolls back each year as taxable values increase as a result of,
So it could eventually go to zero.
correct.
Well, not really, because you still generate the dollars amount, so it can't be zero. It could be reduced. If property values keep going up and up.
Correct.
You still have to have some factor to get the rate. It can't be zero.
Yeah, so I wonder.
So,
what
but it
provision
rolls
is
back
To
each
make
year.
sure it doesn't go to zero. Interesting.
Well, it can't because it has to be, it can only be reduced by a certain amount every year. But your dollars,
Right,
the
yeah.
whole reason it was passed in, I think 1978, was to prevent the huge increase. At one time, there was 5-10% increase every year.
Right.
So the dollar amount, it's guaranteed to stay the rate of inflation no more than the 3%.
Right, so it's what it can't decline below whatever that initial level was in 1970, whatever that
So in
was.
theory, it can be up.
It's complicated formula based on inflation. Whoops, and I just lost it. But
And I'm not suggesting we don't do this, but in answer to the question, we don't have to do the maximum allowable. But
Right.
the proposed motion is that we approve the maximum allowable,
I
correct?
don't make that motion.
So I move to recommend the county board of commissioners approve a millage rate that does not exceed the maximum allowable millage levy in column 9 and place that millage rate in column 10 as the millage rate requested to be levied July 1st. Return L 4029 to the equalization department.
Support.
Any discussion?
Yes,
Yes,
and
Melinda?
how much revenue do you expect that to bring in?
So that should generate $11,139,995.
And last year, what did that generate?
I don't have that math with me. I'd have to check.
That 11 million. What?
So it's $11,139,995.
So you can let us know before Tuesday, because we will be basing our budget on this number, so we should kind of have an idea of what it brought in last year and because it could be up substantially. Mhm. I'm thinking, I don't know why I've got 10 million stuck in my head, but it's got to be close.
No, it was more than 10.
Was it?
Yeah, I don't remember. We can,
Let's get
how about
that.
Andrew sends an email to everybody?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, because we're just guessing at this point.
We do have a motion on the floor. Any other questions or discussion? All those in support of the motion?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. And Andrew, will you pass that on to us?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Next is the emergency management acceptance of hazardous materials emergency preparedness grant. Yes.
I would move to recommend that the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners authorize the emergency management director to complete and the county board chairman to sign the fiscal year 21-22 HMEP grant agreement and supporting documents.
Support.
Any discussion or questions? All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Leland Damatory recommendation. Welcome, Steve.
Thank you. And the EDS is in front of you. We went out for bids. As you can see, we budgeted 10,000. That was a number that was generated a little more than a year ago. And we got 2 bids, as you can see. And the dam authority recommends taking the lower.
Any questions for Steve? Yes, Melinda?
Last year, you weren't talking about a spillway platform though, were you?
This is exactly what we were talking about, yes.
It did have it in there?
it's a ladder that allows the person doing
Right, I
maintenance
remember all
work to
that.
climb up over the spillway rail that we used to just jump over, and then Jerry used ropes to jump over and a vest and all just this last year to do some greasing of the bearings. And it's not real safe. So this is what we talked about before, and we did put in the budget 10,000. That was an estimated number that we felt pretty comfortable with at that point in time.
Questions?
Well, I think in the same question, the same vein of questions, is part of this increase because they're of the powder prime and color coding?
Yes, on page 144 of the bid, voluntary alternative number 1, provide all stainless steel material for platform and safety access ladder, includes powder prime and powder coating. We had quite a discussion during the dam authority about the stainless versus regular. Regular can be powder coated, but in the installation, it's very easy to nick, and then you have the attachments going through it. And you inevitably get rusting and corrosion, and it starts to deteriorate fairly rapidly. Stainless steel avoids that situation. Jim Calhoun was giving information about stainless and contact with water. They were recommended out of the Leland Township Fire and Rescue when they got their tankers, if they were going to have water in them continually, not to do stainless steel, because there is some interaction between the water and the stainless that does decrease the time that it would be viable. So in this situation, with all the water that we can have at certain times of the year, that would probably be wet continually. So that got us to the powder prime and powder coat, which would give us our best advantage for a piece that would require the least maintenance over time.
And they're gonna, what type of material is this gonna go on?
The ladder goes on that
No,
cement
what is powder-
spillway,
What is powder coating going on?
the stainless steel ladder.
So you're using stainless steel, but you're gonna powder coat it.
Correct.
Other questions for Steve?
Yes, if I can continue, this was not in the original discussion when this was budgeted, correct?
Correct. The 12, 40, or 38 would be the number that we were conceptualizing when we were thinking about it. Although I'm pretty darn sure we had stainless in mind, but between then and now, stainless has gone up a bit. So yeah, it's more for probably 2 reasons. Probably our powder coat and probably stainless went up. You know,
So you budgeted 10. And you know, I find historically that this kind of thing comes to us all the time from you guys. It doesn't seem like you're doing your homework before you get to us, or you're not doing your homework at budget time, or something is just not mixing. Because it appears to me that you're continually going over budget. I'm not saying it's not the right thing to do, but I think we need to work on this.
budget process is something that, as you well know, is kind of new to the dam authority. We ran out of money that was there a while back. We basically did what we needed to do and charged the account that was sitting there. And I agree. I'm agreeing with you. The budget process that we are using needs to be upgraded. Should we have budgeted 10? No, we should have budgeted 16. So we didn't anticipate, we didn't look forward enough. The process wasn't as good as it should have been. I'm agreeing with you.
And see, we as board members have the same problem at budget time. We have to try to project, and of course, we have a lot of help to do that. And we try to get as close as we can. Because that's what we're elected to do, is be responsible with their dollars. So what I'm saying to you is, this has got to stop. Either work with our county administrator to try to get it as close as you can, and so we can reduce the amount of times you have to come before the board asking for more and more money over your budget.
Commissioner Lautner?
I was just wondering where the rest of the money is going to come from.
It's gonna have to come from the
We've,
county general.
yeah. Yeah, if it's not in our budgeted amount, it won't be in our account. It'll have to come from general fund.
Other questions?
Well, I guess the point I'm gonna make is, you know, we're nickel and diamond that dam. So I think Deborah is absolutely right. We really need to look seriously at that dam, because it's been one thing after another, and we've just been taking little bites at it. But why the entire county is responsible for the entire costs of that dam, I don't know. And so that's something I want us to think about.
We'll have that conversation when we have the conversation about the reorganization of the dam authority, because that's a part of it, I think.
Well, then I would make the motion to move this forward. Actually, I'm gonna make the motion to postpone until after we have that meeting.
Yeah.
My only question is, do you need it now?
It's okay.
They've needed it
Don't
for
get
the last
into
10 years.
Yeah, but I mean, for safety, we don't want to put anyone in.
They've needed it for the last 10 years for safety.
So we can wait a while longer, if something happens, we'll also wait.
Just we ask the administrator to come back with us next week with a recommendation on that, check with our insurance.
Well, it's an OSHA requirement. We should be doing it. They notified us last year. So I'm concerned if there is an incident
Right.
and they have it on record that they notified us, we're gonna take action. I think it would be a tremendous liability issue for us. It was not a formal citing, fortunately for us, but it was a strong recommendation. And it is on the record that they advised us.
There was no support for Deb's motion. Is there another motion? Yes.
Okay. I move to recommend that the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners award the bid for the fabrication and installation of the spillway platform and safety access ladder to RCI of Traverse City in an amount not to exceed $16,000. Funds to come from 805.170.
Support.
Yep.
Michelle, where are these funds coming from that number?
That is, I believe that's the dam fund 805. And it will have to probably, we could use contingency funds, or we have to use fund balance forward. Those are going to be your only two options. I do not believe they have a fund balance forward. I can look that up and get you something for next week. Or I can even email it to you beforehand if you want.
I think Michelle's correct. They don't, I don't think,
I don't think you have a fund balance.
No.
Did Jen look at that recently?
they have
for you?
used that the last couple of years.
I'll get you something for next week about possible.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? All those in support of the motion say aye. Opposed?
Aye.
We have two ayes. Melinda, did you vote?
Voted in favor.
Okay.
I don't like it. I just wrote it up.
Six, one. Thank you. Thank you,
Me
Steve.
voicing my opposition.
Thank you much.
So that you didn't get a 7-0 on it.
Thank you. We're now with Parks and Recreation Commission recommendations. Dave and Steve.
I'm glad you don't have the fish pass.
Wow. I guess. Whoa. Talk about a hiccup. Holy smokes. So, playground boss. Okay. The EDS in front of you is with respect to the installation of the playground equipment that we purchased last year for Old Settlers Park. We went through a process. It was suggested that maybe we could do volunteers, and I know Melinda chased this down pretty heavily. As it turns out, you need to have an engineer involved that will supervise, and then it has to be very closely coordinated with the company that sold us the equipment. So it became obvious that this was going to be tricky to do. So we at Parks and Rec decided to go with the company. They gave us a quote, and that's what's in front of you for them installing this at Old Settlers Park.
Yes, I would recommend to the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners to waive the bid process and approve the engaging in services of Playground Boss of McKinney, Texas for the installation of the playground equipment at Old Settlers Park at a cost not to exceed $8,410.
Support.
Any question?
Yes, Tricia.
Engineered wood chips. Does
Oh,
that-
that's the next one.
Oh.
We're doing playground boss installation.
I'll hold it until we get there.
Other questions on this one? Yes, Jeff?
Where's the money coming from?
It's in our budget. The amount is not the specific item is not in our budget, but we have the money in our budget for it.
It'll come out of this budget.
Come out of Parks and Rec.
I just have a comment. I'm wondering, I remember getting a really good price on this, but did they tell us when we bought it that we had to have them install it? It would be $8,000.
I'll defer to Melinda.
No, we knew what the cost of the equipment was. We knew that if we wanted them to come and install it, it would be $8,000. So we tried to do it here. We had a company that had said, I think my company can help you with that, and it just never materialized. You have to have engineering, and you have to have a licensed contractor to be there to install. We got an email from someone who did one at the Park Service. I think they hired, cost them $5,000. And that was because they had to hire that contractor to oversee the whole process. Cost them right around $5,000. And then I think they used Parks employees to help, which we just don't have those resources.
Well, they told us.
Yes, we didn't know. We were just hoping to do it ourselves like Solon did, but
Do either of you remember, it seems to me we do have an extension on the overall warranty because BOS is doing the installation.
yeah, what is all saying? Certainly, there should be no question of the warranty of it if they install it.
Yeah, I think the most extensive warranty available was if they did the installation. I think that was part of the early decisioning on that.
Ready to vote?
I was just wondering, Mr. Chairman, what the overall cost now is for the playground equipment and the installation. Do we have that number?
I don't have it. Do you
21,
remember?
21, maybe if you include installation?
I don't have that number.
Well, no, I don't remember right offhand either.
We can
It's
get
gonna
that for.
Yep, we can
finance
do that.
next week.
Thank you.
All those in support of the motion? Opposed? 7-0. If one that wants volunteered to put one of those together, I would personally pay $8,000.
We don't want to tell it, it's a process. I would move to recommend to the Board of Commissioners to approve the purchase of engineered wood chips from Deering's Tree Service in the amount not to exceed $2,160 and funds to come from 850.756.
I'll support that, and now I'll ask my question.
These are precisely ground and meshed together. The advantage of them is that they provide superior loft repeatedly for little ones bouncing and falling. Plus, they don't scatter. So you get the benefit of their resilience over the years, doing their job. The insurance company recommends them and likes them. Scott doesn't have to go back and bring them back at all, actually, or very, very seldom. So better on maintenance, better on utility, lasts longer, and the insurance company likes them.
Are they treated in any way?
Liz.
Well, the reason I'm asking the question, in Grove Park, because I helped spread we had it to the right thickness that is required for playgrounds. They had to remove all that because of these wasps got in there. So I was wondering if that was part of the engineering.
Oh, I see what you're, yeah, I can't remember that being mentioned at the meetings at all.
And they're all gone now.
Any other questions? Yes, Jim.
They don't float?
Oh, what's the quantity that you're getting for the 2160?
It's the 60 yard, it's the 60.
60 yards?
Yeah, the 2160 and the other one for 60 is 3600.
Yes.
No, you answered my question. I thought engineered wood chips was OSB board, so I didn't.
Okay, all in support of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Approved, 7-0.
Just a quick update from Andrew, and I can email it to you. Last year's revenue was $10,611,233. And this year, as he stated, is projected to be $11,139,995, so about $500,000 difference. But I'll leave it.
$500,000 increase in with Headley rollback.
Right.
That's the difference we make. Okay, I
Thank
thought it was 10,000 or 10 million.
10 million, what now?
600. I'll send you, but $10,611, $10,611,239. But I'll.
Mr. Chairman, if I may ask Michelle, on that last motion, Michelle, the funds are 850, 756. Is that also Parks and Recs?
No, I'm gonna have to go with that up because I put 857.56 with a question mark. This should be Parks and Rec budget also.
Yeah, it's the money's in the Parks and Rec
I'm
budget.
gonna put the whole complete number in there.
It may be coming out of the drain commissioner's budget, but that's.
Oh, yeah, it's not out of the drain commissioner. He doesn't have enough money.
You can switch it.
I'm not sure if I have enough for paper clips.
Thank you very much. Moving on. We're ready to move on to Grand Traverse Band contracts, right? Are we done with you?
Well, one of the 2%ers talks about a Parks and Rec
Okay, yes.
request, and Dave can talk to that project if there are any questions on it.
Questions, not that.
Yeah. And this is from from Chet, I think, or from the administration or whatever.
Removal for 22,000.
Correct.
Any questions on that grant?
It's on page 170.
Any questions on the, well, we've already done the document scanner purchase. Any questions on it?
So correct me. Is this one request or are these all of the 2% requests? Is this one?
These are the only two that we received this time,
Okay, so these
They're
are
two
all
separate,
of them
yes.
and it's just, okay,
because May is the deadline date.
okay.
So in theory, I guess someone could come a little later this year next week, but we said and get them in by 1st of May to us.
Okay, so you've got Parks and Rec, who's teaming up with Child and Family Services for invasive species.
Yeah, it's basically for Bill Watson's youth works under the auspices of Child and Family Services.
Okay, that's one. And then the other one is equalization. Okay, I'm clear on that.
So we have a suggested motion at the bottom of the page. Anybody want to make that?
I would move to recommend the County Board of Commissioners approve Grand Traverse Band of Ottawa and Chippewa Indians 2% allocation applications as presented.
I'll support.
Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now down to the review of the Leelanau Dam Authority and Board of Public Works.
And, well, this was part of your goals for 2022. So review it.
Document scanner.
Yes.
Yeah, we were both on that one.
Oh, they were all included in one motion?
Yeah,
Separate
one motion.
Oh, okay.
Then we
Please do
voted
that.
it.
All right.
So just briefly, as you remember, when discussion was about changing the road commission from 3 to 5 members, there also was dialogue about changing the composition of the dam authority. And as I understand, when we went to 5, some of the road commissioners were quite surprised that they're on the dam authority also. They were not expecting it. I think it's right. This is why you may have some issues, because you have people on the road commission who ran to be road commission members. They may not have a passion for the dam authority. And it's been a challenge with some of the attendance and some of the dialogue and their participation. So as you remember, we actually had a dialogue with legal counsel that time when we were talking about the road commission. And you do have the right to set a separate, the road commission does not have to be part of dam authority. That decision was made, I guess, when the dam was being built. It made sense at that time. So at that time, the board stated that the members of the road commission also serve as a dam authority, but the drain commissioner had to be on it. That's not mandatory. You can go out and use the same process you use for any board or application. You can ask people to apply for it. You can select the criteria. So it really is up to you how you wish to go forward.
Any thoughts? At some point, we'll need to sit down with the facilities director plan and the dam authority plan and public works and have that discussion. Linda?
Yeah, because I was half listening and moving on down the agenda, our administrator was speaking, we can do a hybrid approach. We could do some road commissioners, we could do some commissioners, we
You
could
can do
use some
whatever.
public, we could
Yes.
use, I really think we should think about that. I really like the idea of working with at least a couple of commissioners on that, just for the communication aspect of it all.
Well, I think it does make sense to have people who have a passion for that versus just being appointed to it because you vote, because you run for a road commission. All of a
If you're
sudden,
not interested.
you are in dam. And that really is, and it's really not fair to those people. They ran to be road commissioners. They have a passion for that. The dam is kind of thrown to them
Yeah.
and they're forced to do it. And some of them really have no passion and they'll tell you that if they were here.
So my question is, like, how large can that board be? What would the terms be? How would we set that up?
You could really structure that where you could have alternate terms. You could do them as appointments. It really is up to you.
Like
You-
1 year appointments
You have a lot of
for commissioners
flexibility.
and- Okay.
You
I
could
think
structure it
we
like
should
you do with
that.
Parks and Recs, where you serve 2 or 3 year terms. And you could, if you start, you could stagger them.
I really think we need to do that. Then they would work closely with the facilities manager and.
I
or
think
the
as you talk
facilities
about that,
manager
you
would
should,
Sit on it.
yes. As a ex official, they can't be before.
Is there a boilerplate board out there from other counties that have?
I'm sure we could find one. I'm sure we
Bring it back
could.
to us.
I guess the decision is, do you want to switch? The question is, do you want to switch? How many members you want, and you want categories? We talked about one time, I think Mr. Polka said it'd be great to have an engineer on it. Maybe this doesn't have to be a mandatory one, but that would be one of your recommendations. Or release up. It could be that you keep one member of the road commission, for example. It could be that you appoint one board member, commissioner member to it. So you really have a lot of flexibility. The only mandate, as far as I understand, the way I remember the dialogue, is it has to be the drain commission. Outside of that, you have complete flexibility. I would think, just off my head, a 5-member board
I was thinking about.
would be ideal and have one road, I'm just gonna top my head here, one road commissioner and one member of the county board, and people that can apply for the other positions. Well, you have a drain commissioner, so it gives you 2 open seats that could be the general public.
So speaks of it, of our need for a facilities manager as well, which we haven't finalized, but we all talked about how we probably need that. That, if and when we do that, that should be a position.
Well, you can't be an employee and serve on the board. They would be The administrative, full day, yes, yes.
Any other thoughts on how to proceed and what the timing on that ought to be?
I would suggest you do it during the budget process. When you get time, if you're gonna look at whether you're gonna have a facility manager at that time, and you can restructure at that time and go forward. But just give it some thought, and Mr. Popo is correct. I'm not sure we legally need the DPW board anymore. That was done since it's a specific project. You know, Michelle, is it
What?
required by law?
Is what required by law.
Public Works,
It says right here, Board of Public Works,
I know,
in the very first thing, it's adopted by a resolution.
but do we really, I mean, with the Olympiad, it was created because of a specific project, I think. I'm not, sure we can say, do we really need one? Because Mr. Pope was right. In the 10 years I've been here, they met, but they have no business. The only thing they've done is review the numbers from the Northport sewer system, but that can be done by the board. But really outside of that, I'm not sure of any action that our DPW board has taken the last 10 years.
We will add that when we're talking about budget topics, if that's all set with everybody. Okay, review of financials. Any questions? Hi.
Sarah. Hi.
Not having it in front of me, I was alarmed by all of the bills for, sounds like things are too cold now. So the air conditioning in the courthouse is running, but running too cold.
As I understand, whenever there's a conversion from winter to spring weather, it has to balance itself out. And then we have some of that issues, and then we've actually had the continuing problem with parts breaking down.
Well, a lot of heat pumps, that's where I was going
Yes, yeah.
next, and that was, I mean, there was a lot of them, I thought, more than usual.
The heat pumps, as you remember, you did budget in advance, and we're not to that number yet, the replacement.
That was gonna be my question, because it seemed like there was a lot in here. It was also, as I mentioned, the spring districts, there's a lot of those in here too, but here we go, let's start with the information meeting. Oh, what's that one? Building ground, information meeting on building and ground.
That was an error in the way they did that, because I was gonna bring that up, thank you for bringing that up. It says 4 hours for, the presentation about 15 minutes. He also did a lot of other things in the building. They just
Okay.
build it that way, because he called and apologized, and he wanted me to state that no way did he get charged that much money for a company meeting.
Okay.
He turns in a log every day he's here, a
Yeah.
detailed report, and whoever did that bill simply look at the top part and just put that on the invoice. But it wasn't, his presentation here was about 15, 20 minutes. The rest was actually work he did here for the rest of the day.
And there was heat pump, baseboard, replaced 2 ceiling registers, heat pump.
Why were we having a problem with our baseboard heat? We just put
Heat
that in.
pump, heat
I
pump, heat
don't-
pump.
The heat pumps is the continuation. Baseboards, I can check. I don't honestly know.
Any other questions?
I can check in the baseboards. That's a good question.
Yeah, and see where we are in heat pumps, because that has to be at least 5 heat pumps right here. And unless he's just fixing them and not replacing them.
I'll have
But-
to check.
Okay, yeah. That was the only thing
As
that
you know, we
I,
had 95 heat pumps here.
yeah, it just seems like I just kept reading heat pumps, so. All right.
How much money do we have to spend before we get to the amount that was going to be?
Ready to move on to special reports?
Do we have any questions for our?
I do have.
Didn't hear any questions.
We heard a lot of discussion, just no questions.
Yeah. I do have a budget, or excuse me, a fund transfer that I'll present to you for next week. I don't have it ready for you today, but there will be an LEC bond payment that needs to be made, just so you're aware. Okay?
Well, I want to welcome Sarah back.
Yeah.
Departed us in December, and a lovely baby boy.
Did you bring a picture?
I don't have my phone, no.
Henry Vincent, correct?
Yep.
And he's doing well?
He's doing great. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, special reports by staff, commissioners, and affiliated agencies. Anything?
I don't really have a report, I just have a question, and Jeff's probably on top of it. For my notes with, Commissioner Fine, being on the board now, his appointments that he was assigned to, will you be making those assignments?
We will, and I was going to make that comment during commissioner
I'm
comments.
sorry, I
but
jumped ahead of you, I just keeping track of stuff.
Thank you.
As the clerk always does.
Are you gonna be discussing that now, or?
I was going to put that on the agenda as a late addition for next week.
Oh, well. Fine, I'll have a private conversation.
Well, I was going to invite anybody to do that.
Did we send out a list of which?
Yes.
I think Laura sent it out, right? So y'all should have it.
I remember seeing that list.
Well, you were on the board. I think.
Oh, okay,
What we sent out, a list of committees assignments.
Who sent it out?
Huh?
Who sent it out?
I believe Laurel did last week.
I requested.
Okay.
So I know I got it. I don't know if you sent it.
I thought you sent out to all board members
No,
last Wednesday.
no.
Yes.
Or maybe it's sent to you only.
As
Maybe.
long as we're talking.
We'll send it out to everybody.
As long as we're talking about that, I was going to say that I was going to add that as a late addition, if you'd allow me to next week, and ask each of you to reach out to me if you had any interest or ideas, and then we would deal with that next week.
So we'll send out a list of all assignments and we'll highlight the ones that Mr. Bonnet was on, so you know that they can.
Any public comment? Any commissioner comment? Yeah.
Yes. I just wanted to make a suggestion that when we have resolutions that we want to present, instead of putting it into the action items where it interferes with regular county business, I think it's not really fair of us to make them wait. And I would like to see, if we're going to have resolutions, that they be towards the bottom near the administrators, either at the top or at the bottom, so that they waited long enough today. You know, I mean, it's a nice gesture, but they gotta go back to their offices and get their work done. You know, so I just, out of courtesy for them, would like to see that change.
Any other commissioner comments? I would like to say that I welcome that kind of suggestion, and I don't think we ought to be going until 3:00, and I would like to work with Chet and see if we might get all of the presentations in writing in advance,
Yeah.
and then it'd be more questioning.
We will be more forceful with the 10 to 15-minute rule, because obviously we inform them always that, but they don't seem to.
It was all good
I
information.
mean, they're very passionate when they do, but after a while, you can only absorb so much.
And the other point I'd make is I will try to, this is Melinda knows, it's tough the first time, so I will get more efficient, and I'm also, I talked to Melinda, and I'm going to sit down there so I don't put my back to half of it, because that is hard to do that. Yes, Quinn.
Just to counter on the presentations, I know some of you have been sitting through those for years, but you know, that's our people's chance to come and tell us what they do. And I really welcome that, and I learn. So I don't wanna cut it too short. I think that's really important. That is their chance to say, this is what we worked our hearts out on all year. This is what we're doing. So I don't want to cut it too short. I enjoy it.
Thank you. Yeah.
I was gonna say, maybe we move that. Maybe we take care of our business first and move that.
Yeah.
Not necessarily to the end, but just move it. Take care of the business first.
You know what, that could be.
Well, if we're done by 1:00, then you got 1:00 and
The
3:00.
challenge is knowing how you.
They don't know when they're gonna be there.
Yeah, that's the problem. I mean, no, it's a damn if you do, damn if you don't.
That's, you can set a time.
We tried before. It's a tough time.
If we set a time for, of course, yeah, we never know. Sometimes we whip through the content. And we have people coming from outside. You're right.
Tricia.
I was just gonna say, I thought today's presentation were particularly good too. You can put a lot in a report. But a lot of what was presented today, the things that, you know, were in the report. Which is good. It was really good. Yeah, I learned a lot. I'm here a long time, but I still learned a great deal today. From frictions, the judges, and it was good.
Anything else? It's a balancing act, isn't it?
It is.
Anything else? Okay, do we have approval of financials?
I would recommend approval of claims and accounts, $209,767.05.
Support.
All in favor?
Aye.
7-0.
I recommend approval of post act $3,657,765.51.
Support. All in favor?
Aye.